All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome, welcome. We're going to go ahead and get started this evening with our meeting. So we will call our meeting to order now. And then we will go ahead and move to 1.2, presentation of colors. We're honored to have with us today the SBC USD Cadet Corps, led by Major Benjamin Cervantes, who will proudly present our nation's colors. Thank you, cadets and Major Cervantes. At this time, I would like to go ahead and call up Ms. Rose Dean up to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Awesome. Once again, thank you so much to our cadets and Major Cervantes, and thank you so much to Miss Rose Dean for leading us in the pledge. Let's give them all again a round of applause, please. All right, moving on to 1.3 pledge of 1.4 approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Medina, second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote, please. Ms. Hernandez Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Delgado?
Aye.
Ms. Akinyemi?
Aye.
Motion carries. 2.0 special presentations and recognitions. And at this time, I will go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Goodwin.
Presidents of IOS. Maligayang pagdati at magandang gabi. Welcome and good evening. As a proud Filipina, it is my pleasure to be here with you to share that October is Filipino American Heritage Month. Tonight, the Board of Education proudly celebrates the rich heritage, customs, and achievements of the Filipino American community. This month provides us an opportunity to celebrate the traditions, achievements, and values that strengthen the diverse fabric of our schools and city. To help us mark this special occasion, we are pleased to welcome the Filipino American Association of San Bernardino County, or FASBC. They are here to present the Salakban, a traditional Filipino folk dance that celebrates the spirit of community cooperation, where villagers join together to carry bamboo poles in harmony as a symbol of unity and shared purpose. Salakban is an occupational dance from Pampanga, where my grandmother is from, actually. It mimics the movement of entrapping a mudfish and honors the fisherman's dedication and resilience. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to the transitional kindergarten teacher, Karen Cagualada, and the members of FASBC as they share this beautiful performance. We are going to welcome our members of the Board of Education to come down so they can have a nice view of this presentation. Cabinet, you're also welcome to join them. All right. So let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, FOSBC. Take it away.
Sa lakban.
Wow, that is amazing. Okay, so we're actually going to invite our board to come forward so we can take a photo op with them. All right, thank you so much. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much. We're going to ask our board to remain standing for our next recognition. So tonight, the Board of Education is honored to recognize Fox 11 news reporter Coco McAvoy, a recipient of the California School Boards Association Golden Quill Award. This prestigious statewide honor celebrates outstanding reporting on public education. Mrs. McAvoy earned the award for her powerful storytelling that highlighted the wonderful work happening in San Bernardino City Unified. More specifically, Coco's award-winning work has featured the district's efforts to recognize teachers during Teacher Appreciation Week, and a moving story about San Bernardino High School students who all received new shoes through the nonprofit Shoes That Fit. For her work to keep families, students, and the broader community informed and engaged, please join us in congratulating Ms. Coco McAvoy on this well-deserved recognition. Coco, please make your way forward to receive your Golden Quill Award and pose for a photo op with our board and superintendent. And now the Board of Education is proud to recognize 3 exceptional SBCUSD employees who have been honored by UC Davis for their excellence in C-STEM education. That's computer, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These statewide awards celebrate their dedication to advancing C-STEM opportunities for our students. When I call your name, please come forward to receive your award and pose for a photo. We are starting with the Director of STEAM, Dr. Randy Clyde. Dr. Clyde has been honored to be the UC Davis C-STEM Administrator of the Year. Congratulations, Dr. Clyde. All right, congratulations, Dr. Clyde. Up next is Program Specialist Caitlin Arakawa. Caitlin is the recipient of the UC Davis C-STEM Excellence in Service Award. Let's give Caitlin another round of applause. Congratulations. All right, good job. Thank you, Caitlin. And our third honoree is Chavez Middle School teacher, Kelly Johnson. Kelly is the recipient of the UC Davis C-STEM Teacher of the Year Award. All righty. Congratulations to these outstanding educators for their leadership and innovation. And now I will turn the rest of our program over to our amazing communications manager, Maria Garcia.
Thank you, Mary Roan, and good evening, audience. At this time, we're going to continue our recognition, starting by honoring an organization that partners with SBCUSD for the benefit of our students and our furry friends in the community. This evening, the Board of Education is pleased to present the October Outstanding Community Partner Award to the Humane Society of San Bernardino Valley, in recognition of their continued commitment to the students of our district. Through engaging classroom presentations and hands-on programs, the Humane Society of San Bernardino Valley teaches kindness, empathy, and responsibility toward animals, values that extend into every area of a child's life. Their ongoing partnership helps foster a culture of compassion and respect, empowering students to become caring and conscientious members of their community. Last year alone, they visited nearly every elementary school in San Bernardino and Highland, including the classroom of Fairfax Elementary School teacher Christine Marquez, who recently hosted the Humane Society in her classroom. And you can see the pictures on the screen, how delighted her students were when Maverick visited recently. SBCUSD is proud to recognize the Humane Society of San Bernardino Valley for making a lasting difference in the lives of our students and families. I now invite Humane Society Education Specialist Catherine Skinner to come forward on behalf of the Humane Society of San Bernardino Valley to accept this award and give brief remarks.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your Tuesdays. Great. Well, hello, everyone here or at home if you're watching. For those of you that missed it, my name is Catherine Skinner, and I'm the Humane Education teacher for the Humane Society of San Bernardino Valley. And on behalf of the Humane Society, I want to thank the district board and our superintendent for this honor and this recognition. About a year ago, I stood here and I introduced myself to all of you guys, which is awesome. And since then, I did visit almost over 200 classes last year and saw almost 6,000 students between TK all the way up to 6th grade, and also a few middle school and high school career days through San Bernardino, also Fontana and Colton, and a few others as well. I like to go to the classes and teach students about how to be responsible pet ownership, or how to be responsible pet owners. And I take a lot of pride in that work. I feel like it takes a lot on our community to have a lot of pet overpopulation down here. So I like to spread awareness, kindness, and compassion to the students. When I start my presentations, I ask students how many have pets at home, and almost every single one has pets, which is just amazing. So it's my hope as they age, they contribute to the decline of pet overpopulation for our community. It helps limit the spread of diseases and things like that. So I just love what I do, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you, guys. Awesome. This way, this way.
While we get the photos taken, let's give the Humane Society of San Bernardino Valley another round of applause. All right, now we are moving on to our Outstanding Achievement Awards. The board is proud to recognize the students, parents, grandparents, guardians, volunteers, and staff from Marshall Elementary School, Roberts Elementary School, Golden Valley Middle School, and Indian Springs High School. Tonight, students are being honored for their hard work and academic success. Parents, grandparents, guardians, and volunteers are being recognized for their meaningful involvement and positive impact on students' lives. And our site employees, both certificated and classified, are being celebrated for their dedication and commitment to supporting our schools and ensuring every student's success. All of tonight's honorees will receive a certificate of appreciation from our Board of Education. Student and parent award winners will receive free tickets for their family to attend the San Bernardino Symphony. And our student honorees will also receive a district bumper sticker and yard sign, which you will receive on your way out. Audience, these presentations will take about 20 minutes total, and we kindly ask that you please return to your seats after receiving your award as a courtesy to your fellow honorees. With that in mind, when your name is called, would you and your immediate family please come forward to accept your award by walking down the ramp, pointing to that location over there, and you're going to be, then you'll be greeted by Superintendent Mauricio Arellano, the Board of Education, and your principal. So starting with Marshall Elementary School, at this time, I'd like to invite Principal Deborah Grant Davari to join us at the front. Now, will everyone please put your hands together for our first outstanding student, Alessandra Navarrete. Alessandra is a fifth grader in Robert King's class. Alessandra is always diligent in completing all assignments and seeks help when necessary. She leads by example by modeling PBIS skills for her peers. She is also extremely talented and very outgoing, especially when it comes to music. Alessandra's parents, Andrew and Jessica Navarrete, must be so proud. Congratulations, Alessandra. Okay, we're going to keep the applause going for Alan Roballo Rodriguez. Alan is a sixth grader in Indira Sarades' class. Alan is extremely kind to everyone. He always has a smile and a positive attitude. He enjoys school and puts forth his best effort. Alan is a great example of a marvelous Marshall Mustang. He implements all PBIS expectations throughout the school day. Thank you, Alan, for your hard work, and thank you to his proud parents, Martha Rodriguez and Halan Roballo. Audience, once again, we kindly ask that you please return to your seats as a courtesy to our winners who are coming up and deserve your applause. Our first Outstanding Parent Award winner is Vanessa Gonzalez. Vanessa is now in her 5th year serving on Marshall School Site Council. She supports the Marshall community with her involvement in school events, the District Advisory Council, and the Superintendent's Parent Advisory Council, as well as by communicating with other parents. Vanessa is truly dedicated to the success of her children, Oliver, Sebastian, and Benjamin. Thank you, Vanessa, for your support. Okay, now we're going to honor the hardworking staff who make Marshall shine. Bilingual Secretary 2, Maria Lopez. Maria exemplifies the district's operational values through her collaboration with the Marshall community and by helping to support the daily needs of staff and families, as well as the needs of the EXL program. Maria's professionalism and pride shine through her daily interactions and planning for community events. We thank Maria for going above and beyond every day. And now for our final Marshall honoree, resource teacher Mindy Miller. Mindy helps Marshall shine through her daily interactions with students, families, and staff. She is supportive of all needs, big or small, at any time and location on campus. Mindy diligently works alongside staff and families to support students without skipping a beat. She is a champion, caring for the needs of all and ensuring that everyone has what they need to be successful. Mindy, thank you for helping others shine. Thank you, audience, for honoring the students, volunteers, and staff from Marshall Elementary School. And thank you, honorees, for returning to your seats. Audience, let's give them another round of applause. And now, moving on to E. Neil Roberts Elementary School. We're going to keep that energy going by giving a big round of applause as we welcome the administrator of Roberts Elementary School, Principal Yosan Haley Merriam. Now, please help me welcome Roseli Perez as she and her family come forward. Roseli is a sixth grader in Rosemary Johnson Taunt's class. She is a model scholar as demonstrated by her positive attitude, responsibility, and kindness. Always willing to help and encourage her peers, Roseli leads by example and embodies the values of respect, perseverance, and compassion. We are proud to honor Roseli, and we thank her mother, Magali Rondan, for raising such an amazing little girl. Congratulations. All right, now please put your hands together for second grader Kiara Collins. Kiara is an exceptional student whose hard work never goes unnoticed by her teacher, Saul Saldana. She demonstrates excellence in academics and citizenship, setting a positive example for her peers. Kiara approaches every challenge with determination and a smile. Her leadership, kindness, and commitment to learning shine in everything that she does and must make her mom, Tanaya Collins, so very proud. That's right, Miss Tanaya Collins. Don't step away just yet. We have another special recognition in your honor. This time we honor Tanaya as an outstanding parent. Tanaya makes a difference every day in the lives of her children and the school community. But what truly stands out is her unwavering belief in the potential of every child. She encourages and celebrates growth in ways that inspire those around her. With a heart full of love and compassion, Tanaya makes Roberts Elementary scholars feel valued, supported, and capable of achieving great things. Thank you so much, Tanaya. All right, please help me welcome our next honoree, Secretary 2, Brenda Morales. Brenda demonstrates exceptional dedication and professionalism each and every day. Her attention to detail and calm, welcoming presence make the office a place where everyone feels valued and supported. Brenda's positive attitude, reliability, and genuine compassion make a lasting difference in the lives of those she serves. And she truly makes Roberts Elementary the best place to be. Let's give her a round of applause. Congratulations to Brenda. Our final Roberts honoree is teacher and coach Sandra Edu. Sandra exemplifies dedication, excellence, and heart in all that she does. As a longtime Roberts Elementary educator, she has devoted her career to ensuring that every student achieves at the highest levels. She deeply believes in the human potential of all learners and announces it proudly on her classroom wall that reading is a civil right. Sandra lives that truth daily through her advocacy for literacy for all. Congratulations, Sandra. Thank you so much for honoring our Enio Roberts koalas. Let's give them another round of applause. All right, moving on to Golden Valley Middle School. Now it is my pleasure to welcome Golden Valley Middle School Principal Gabriel Diaz. Audience, let's give him and the Golden Valley Knights a big round of applause. Now we're going to welcome Team Crusaders 7th grader Melanie Hernandez Garcia. As Melanie and her family come forward, we're going to tell you a little bit about Melanie. She is an outstanding student who excels academically, maintaining a 4.0 GPA. As an active member of ASB, she leads by example and is known for being responsible, respectful, and focused. Melanie's dedication and positive attitude make her a role model and a source of pride for her school community. Congratulations to you, Melanie. Next up, please put your hands together as we welcome Team Falcons 8th grader Itzel Vicuna. Itzel excels academically, consistently earning A's and B's. A dedicated athlete, she has played volleyball, softball, basketball, and soccer throughout middle school. Itzel also demonstrates outstanding leadership as the ASB president and the school site council president. Her hard work, talent, and school spirit make her a shining example of student excellence. Congratulations, Itzel. And now, would Golden Valley Outstanding Parent Marisela Nunez please make her way down? Marisela is a dedicated parent leader. She has served as the English Learner Advisory Council president and is a valued member of the School Site Council. Marisela also represents Golden Valley on 2 district-level committees. She is involved in the education of her children, Ivan, Isaac, and Izel, and she inspires other families to get involved like she does. Her passion and advocacy truly make a difference. Thank you, Marisela. Congratulations, Maricela. Now, please welcome Martha Duran. Martha is an exceptional bilingual clerk one who has proudly served our district for 16 years. She began her career in maintenance and operations and now serves in Golden Valley's front office. Martha has gone above and beyond by filling in as both registrar and bilingual clerk too. Her strong work ethic speaks volumes. She arrives early, leaves late, and consistently maintains a professional approach to her work. Martha's dedication and commitment make her an invaluable member of the Golden Valley School family. Congratulations, Martha. Now we're going to welcome the SHSDC teaching duo of Tara Castro and Ana Cervantes. Tara and Anna are exceptional educators who work with moderate to severe special needs scholars, providing individualized instruction and unwavering support. They embody SBC USD's values of professionalism and the shared belief that together teachers can positively impact student outcomes. Through collaboration, high expectations, and compassion, Tara and Anna help each student reach their fullest potential and discover their own path to success. They reflect the best of our district's mission and values. Congratulations to this dynamic duo. And with that, let's give another round of applause to these outstanding Golden Valley Knights. All right, audience, we're getting there. Our final Outstanding Achievement Award honorees come from Indian Springs High School. And would Principal Jacob Rosario please come forward? Now, please help me welcome high school senior Claudia Hernandez. Claudia exemplifies the potential that is held by our students and community. She has shown grit and determination. Currently, she holds a 4.29 GPA, and she has completed 380 units. Included in the credits is the successful completion of 17 college courses. There is no doubt that Claudia will achieve great things. Her parents, Andres and Shelly Hernandez, must be so very proud of her. Let's give her another round of applause. Congratulations, Claudia. Now, please put your hands together for Indian Springs Junior Christian Smith. Christian exemplifies the Indian Springs value of resilience. He has worked with staff through the tiered intervention process to overcome some obstacles. His determination and grit has led him to improved grades, and he is currently participating in the Coyote Athletic Program. His mother, Frida Crooms, must be so proud of everything that Christian has accomplished so far. Way to go, Christian. He certainly has brought his family out to support him. Congratulations, Christian. Okay, now let's give a warm welcome to outstanding parent Wendy Catalan. Since her daughter enrolled at Indian Springs last year, Wendy has fully engaged with the school. She immediately began attending coffee with the principal, parent workshops, and the English Learners Advisory Council, where she was nominated as an officer. Wendy has continued to be involved at the school's annual Back the Pack, an event that helps advocate for deeper family engagement. Thank you, Wendy, for everything you do for our students. Now we're going to give a warm welcome to Rachel Alvarado. Rachel is a Secretary 1, but her pride in the school and her willingness to collaborate led her to step up to work out of class as the principal secretary. She works exceptionally well with all educational partners and exudes dedication to the success of the school. She does whatever is necessary for the job to get done and the school to operate efficiently. Without her strength, skills, and can-do attitude, the site would be at a loss. Thank you, Rachel. And now it's time to announce our final Outstanding Achievement Award honoree for this evening. And that is Career Technical Teacher Shannon Rogers. Shannon demonstrates the belief that all students have potential to do amazing things. She has helped students from all backgrounds develop both socially and academically through theater. Her unwavering belief in students has led many to believe in and work toward their own potential. She is a leader, educator, and mentor for her students, supporting them based on their individual needs. We congratulate Shannon Rogers for this award. Thank you, members of the board, superintendent, and cabinet. Would you kindly return to your seats on the dais? Let's give all our Indian Springs High School honorees another round of applause. And thank you to our audience for showing your support for your fellow honorees. We send a special thank you to 5th District San Bernardino County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra for supporting this evening's honorees. Student honorees, please remember to pick up your yard sign from our team member before you leave the community room. Audience, let's give everyone honored tonight one more round of applause. This concludes this evening's special presentations. At this time, I'll turn the floor over to Board President Mayra Ceballos. Thank you.
And we're still working, just take them, if we're done, then. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. And again, congratulations to everybody that got recognized tonight. We're so very proud of you. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to our 3.0 public comments, 3.1 receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person.
The resolution.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm trying to move on. No, thank you, Mrs. Alexander. So let me go back really quickly. I do apologize for that. So we did 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. So 2.5, resolution recognizing November as National Native American Heritage Month. And we have Mr. Delgado. Would you please go ahead and read the resolution for us?
Whereas the month of November is a time to acknowledge and celebrate the rich and diverse cultures, traditions, histories, and important contributions of the people who are the first inhabitants of what we know now as the United States, and whereas an effort by Dr. Arthur C. Parker, a Siena Indian who was the director of the Museum of Arts and Science in Rochester, New York, resulted in President Coolidge exalting a proclamation on September 28, 1915, that declared the second Saturday of May as American Indian Day. And whereas 1990, President George H.W. Bush signed into a law joint resolution designing November as National American Indian Heritage Month, also known as Native American Heritage Month, and whereas Native Americans have overcome many obstacles to serve in the highest levels of government, including Charles Curtis, descendant of the Kaw Nation on his mother's side, who was elected to the House of Representatives in 1892, and eventually became the 31st Vice President of the United States, making him the first person with acknowledged non-European ancestry to be elected to the executive branch. And whereas Native Americans are not a single nation, but include a variety of nations, diverse cultures, traditions, languages, and distinct histories that make up part of the fabric of the United States of America, including the Yamaviram of Sam Manuel Nation, who have made significant historical and modern contributions to our community. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District does hereby declare November 2025 as National Native American Heritage Month and Contributions of Native Americans, and encourages educational leaders to involve their schools in exploring the cultures and histories of the native peoples of this land and integrate those studies across the curriculum.
Can I get a
I'll move. Oh, second.
move by Mrs. Alexander, second by Dr. Wyatt? Vote, please. Mrs. Hernandez Garcia,
Aye.
Mr. Delgado,
Aye.
Ms. Akinyemi.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. 2.6 resolution recognizing National Diabetes Awareness Month and World Diabetes Day. I will go ahead and ask Ms. Akinyemi if she can go ahead and read that for us.
Whereas November is National Diabetes Awareness Month and November 14 is World Diabetes Day, and whereas diabetes is a chronic, life-threatening medical condition ranking as the 8th leading cause of death in the US, and the number 1 cause of kidney failure, lower limb amputation, and adult blindness, and whereas type 1 diabetes, formerly known as juvenile diabetes, is an autoimmune hereditary condition with no known cure, most frequently affecting children and younger people. And whereas type 2 diabetes developed over many years and while previously diagnosed primarily in adults, now account for more than 90% of all diagnosed cases of diabetes, including children. And whereas type 2 diabetes and its complications can often be delayed or prevented by adopting or maintaining healthy habits and getting blood sugar tested regularly. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognized November 2025 as National Diabetes Awareness Month and November 14 as World Diabetes Days, and encourage activities that are designed to educate employees, students, family, and the community on ways to prevent diabetes and how to manage this serious health condition.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Alexander, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please. Ms. Hernandez Garcia,
Aye.
Mr. Delgado,
Aye.
Ms. Akinyemi.
Aye.
Motion carries. 3.0 public comments, 3.1 receive public comments. Let's try this again. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. The board must operate under the Brown Act open meeting regulations, which prevents board members commenting on items not on the agenda to ensure transparency and public participation in government decision-making. The reason is simple. The board wants to make sure that anyone who has an opinion on an item knows via our posted agenda when we will be discussing it as a board. During public comments, the board can ask clarifying questions, but cannot discuss, answer questions, or ask questions on a topic that is not agendized. We are certainly happy that you are here to let us know your concerns. Please know that we are listening to your voices and your input is valued. If a follow-up is required on your comment, a staff member will reach out to you. Please make sure your email or phone number is provided on your comment form so that they may contact you. Thank you. And up first, we have Mrs. Marquez. Welcome.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, Madam President, and Mr. Arellano, of course. I'm here today. My name is Christina Marquez, and I'm a fifth grade teacher at Fairfax Elementary School, where I've been for 25 years, but I've been with the district many more decades than that. The Humane Society has been actively involved at Fairfax and in our community for many years. As a fifth grade teacher, my students have also been involved by recycling bottles and cans throughout the decades and donating the proceeds to the Humane Society. The Humane Society has also visited classes throughout the years, presenting their humane education. Some of my students have also participated in the Humane Society's annual Critter Camp, where students see and learn about miniature ponies, llamas, and even serval cats and even some creepy crawly creatures. Now, because of the relationship I've had throughout the years with the Humane Society, I have kind of ventured into another realm with them, which is their relationship with the Ontario Reign Hockey Club. Ontario Reign recently began a program called Student of the Month, and I was approached to come up with a student, and I had a former student. It was in my fifth grade class last year. Now he belongs to Miss Jamie Kellum in sixth grade, and we had a conversation about which student we would nominate. We nominated a student whose SBAC scores in both math and language arts were standard exceeded. On the STAR test recently, he's reading at an 8th and 9th grade level. So we nominated him, and he was honored at the recent Ontario Reign game. Like I said, he's a former student of mine, and I want to bring this up because San Bernardino does shine. And I have worked really hard in this community, letting people know, yes, we can do it. Yes, we have positive impact on people. I would like to bring up Damien and show his trophy that he got from the Ontario Reign. He's very shy. What did you get to do?
I got to present my reward, the Student of the Month reward, and I'd like to thank Ms. Marquez for nominating me for the Student of the Month. And
I was his older brother's teacher, Andres. I have Damien right now. I'm looking forward to Kevin next year because he's in 4th grade, but I don't think I'll be around for Bethany, who's like a toddler right now. But I just wanted to, I think it's important that San Bernardino City Unified had one of the first students recognized by the Ontario Reign. Now, he didn't tell you this, but he got to be in a luxury box with his brothers and his dad. He got to be in the tunnel with the players and then was awarded this great honor. I am honored to have been his teacher. Thank you.
Oh, Miss Marquez, thank you so much for sharing that with us, and we appreciate all the hard work and all the many years that you've been here with San Bernardino City Unified. So thank you. It was Damien. Damien, good job, buddy. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Up next, we have Mary Welch.
Good evening, school board members, superintendent. My name is Mary D. Welch. I am a retired educator in the Inland Empire area, but after I retired, I found out I could write. And since that time, I've written a number of children's books that I like to share with you. And the reason being because they're colorful, they're interesting, and they keep attention. I even have one book in Spanish. This was the Spanish and English version. The title of the book is Bradley Can't Find His Pants. That's one. Another book is Peyton, the Pink Whale with the Yellow Tail, and Justin Lost a Tooth. The reason I'm coming to you this evening is because, as you know, when a child can read, there's nothing else. Really, the world is open to them. And that's what I have found when I show these books or read these books, or the kids read them. I have two small children in our neighborhood, and they're kind of like my little guinea pigs. When I take the books over to them, the first thing they do is sit down and read. And they don't even understand the joy I feel when I see a child. All I did was give them the book. I didn't even say to read it, but they automatically are they like the colors, they like the pictures, they like everything in it. So I like to introduce this to the district as something that to your TK first and second, TK kindergarten first and second graders. All of the books rhyme, and they're all original content. And that's what I like about it too. It's very interesting to me that not only do the kids read it, but to hear the parents read it. I've had parents send me messages of, I really love your books, and where did you get this idea from? Because as a teacher, one of the books has a little boy when he lost his tooth. He instructs the entire class to sit down, including the teacher, to help him find the tooth. Now imagine a first grader reading that and telling the teacher, you have to help me. I don't want my tooth crushed. And they do it. They did not, the tooth wasn't on the floor. As a matter of fact, it was inside the book. So they did find it. But I will tell you, the books have been, for me, something that I would tell anyone, the joy of seeing a child read is just unmistakable. Do you have any questions about the books or anything? No questions? Okay. I just so happens I have books for the entire school board. You all get one of the books as a gift from me. So thank you.
Thank you. And you can go ahead and hand those over to Ms. Cunningham on the, thank you so much. Up next, we have Ms. Tammy Martinez and Rosie Dean.
Good evening, board. I'm Tammy Martinez, one of the directors at SOAR Charter Academy. Nice to be back again this school year. We just wanted to give a quick update on some exciting stuff happening on campus. Today we had a production crew on campus. We are going to be featured in a segment of The Balancing Act, which is a television talk show hosted by Montel Williams, and they came and did a piece on us today on positive impact in the community. So they came out with the film crew and spent about 6 hours on campus today catching our kids in action. So it was a really great day, and that episode is due to air sometime in December, so we hope you do catch it. And then we have Rosie here who has some announcements for you.
Hello, I'm Rosie Dean, and I'm here to tell you about Family Fun Night. Family Fun Night is a thing we do every October, and it's very fun. Also, we host a Christmas play. I am one of the main characters in there, and we would really enjoy if you could come. We have some gift bags that the kids in Makerspace made for you guys. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rosie. And you had some practice earlier with that mic. Thank you so much for leading us on the pledge earlier. Yes. Thank you. All right. And then I believe we have one more public comment. It is Akuma Unity Center. Thank you so much. Welcome up. And then I believe you do have 6 speakers, so you do have a total of 30 minutes combined.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet. My name is Kendra Calvin, and I have been a teacher for the last 6 years throughout San Bernardino County. And I am also a trained facilitator for Teen Mental Health First Aid as a certificated program to support teen mental health and their wellness. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon alongside our amazing Acoma Unity Center. Together, we are proud to present one of Acoma's most impactful programs. It's called the ADAP program, which stands for Alcohol, Drug, and Alcohol Drug Prevention Program. The ADAP program is designed to educate, empower, and equip young people with the tools they need to make a positive life choices. It takes a holistic approach by addressing not only substance use awareness, but also mental and emotional well-being. Because we know that true prevention starts with understanding the why behind our choices. One of the key parts of this program that I have had the honor of facilitating as the Teen Mental Health First Aid. This certification was brought to Acoma Unity Center with the partnership and vision of myself and Dr. Rose Bromentry. Teen Mental Health First Aid Responders is a nationally recognized course that gives teenagers the knowledge and confidence to recognize the signs of mental health or substance use challenges amongst their peers. Through this program, teens learn practical skills like how to start a supportive conversation, where to seek help, how to break the stigma surrounding mental health, and they become not only just advocates for themselves, but within their community and for one another, creating a ripple effect of compassion and awareness within their homes, schools, and communities. Since February, we've had the privilege of training 65 and reaching over 100 scholars within San Bernardino and Rialto Unified School District. We've seen firsthand transformations that take place when young people are empowered with the knowledge and the understanding of empathy. Students leave this program more confident, more understanding, and more capable of supporting their families and friends in the time of need. At its core, ADAP and the Teen Mental Health First Aid are about building strong, healthier communities, starting with our youth. When we invest in their mental health, today we are shaping a brighter and safer and more connected tomorrow. Before several of our scholars present to you, we'd like to share a couple of videos that highlight the magnitude of their experiences within our ADAP program.
My name is Ian, and I'm 13, and I go to Richardson Prep High.
My name is Janasia Nolly. I go to Cajon High School, and I'm 16.
My name is Zanaya White. I'm 17, and I go to Talion.
My name's Janae. I'm 14. I go to Cole Middle School.
Hi, my name is Caleb. I am 14, and I go to NSLA.
Hi, my name is Kiana. I'm 16, and I go to Middle College High School.
Hi, my name's Liliana, and I go to San Bernardino Valley College, and I'm 18. Hi, my name is Juan de Reynoso. I'm 13 and I go to Sorchard. I have been at Acoma for 3 years.
Since I was in 8th grade. Since I was in 5th grade.
I was in 3rd.
I'm Isabel Harbour. I'm 14 and I go to Middle College High School.
I'm Axel Vargas. I go to Chavez and I'm 14.
I'm Hagar Lones. I'm 15 and I go to Royal Valley High School.
My name's Abdul. I'm 15 and I go to Royal Valley High School.
My name's Aiden. I'm 16. I go to Aquinas High School.
My name is Zakila. I'm 18 and I go to Royal Valley High School.
My name is Amaya and I'm 17 years old and I go to Royal Valley High School.
My name is Soleil. I'm 12 and I go to Northern Science and Language Academy.
My name's Alan. I'm 16 and I go to NSLA.
I'm Sinai. I'm 16 and I go to Golden High School.
I'm Jason Hernandez and I go to Sohan Michigan at 14 years old.
My name is Abiel Minali. I'm 16 and I go to Royal Valley High School.
What did you guys learn in your 2 years of class? Different kinds of mental illnesses in people.
Stay focused on yourself and not to overthink things.
Like how to deal with stress, to talk it out with somebody, if you're having trouble.
Well, here I learned about how to manage my stress.
Look for signs in people to see if they're going through things.
I learned that families and depression will help you to talk to somebody that you love and help.
To talk to people instead of isolating myself and keep my emotions to myself and not talking to anyone. Talking to my basketball coach. I would go to his class every lunch and just talk to him how I feel.
And how to open up to people.
In the teen mental health, I learned to express myself and talk to my friends and family.
Most teens, we aren't all the way developed, so that's why we are most likely to act out and do things that adults will call immature and not knowing how to behave, but it's just part of us growing up.
I'd say when I first started out, I was a bit more closed off, but I realized I've started becoming more open about how I feel about things.
Other conversations with others, just being able to be there for someone.
I'm just at school and maybe I see somebody in class and I see they have signs of depression or stress or maybe some anxiety. I can help them with maybe give them some techniques I learned here to relieve the stress and anxiety that they have.
Learn that I have to understand someone, what they're feeling and what they've went through. Maybe it wasn't easy for them.
I would use what I learned in the ADAP program to support my friends or family who need help, and to also help myself when I am having an issue.
I talk to my little sister and see if she's doing okay and seeing how she is doing mentally.
I share my experience here, how it helped me, the things I learned, and what it does for me and what it can do for other people also. I would share what I learned by, inviting my friends here and telling them before even coming here, it's very useful. You can never go wrong with it. And it's a great set of people here. Great team of adults, great team of kids. So they should just come. Hi, my name is Amaya, and today I would just like to take a moment to thank Miss Kendra. She's a very beautiful woman inside and out. I want to thank her for making the mental health financial aid class and teaching us about our emotions and about how our frontal lobe doesn't develop until we're 25. And I just want to thank her basically for everything that she's done so far at Acoma.
Mama Kim saying the city of San Bernardino has. What's wrong? You're sitting right on.
Hello, my name is Amaya and I'm a part of Acoma's Drug and Alcohol Awareness Prevention Program. This year, we took tours to local high schools throughout the city of San Bernardino. Our goal was to capture photos that could share youth perspectives that would compare and contrast our schools and communities. This comparison and contrast would allow our voices to impact the lack of equity within our city. I'm a youth advocate and I believe all scholars should attend a Photo Voice tour.
It was a very nice school, very big, very close. Very secure, very secure.
We just took pictures at Indiana Springs, and the difference between the school and Rural Valley has more greenery and it has privacy on the front roads.
And why are we checking the lock gates?
Because some schools don't have locks, or it's usually unlocked.
Most of the gates were locked, which was really cool. It means that the school is secure, and they even had a sign like that says like the gates and doors are locked. As you go further down the street, you can definitely see like the quality of the neighborhood goes down, and like there's more gates, there's less, like the grass is kind of dying, there's more overgrowth on the actual sidewalk, and like just like little stuff like that, I think is a main difference that I see.
Thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed our 2 videos. We've been working at this since February of this year, and so it's beautiful to be able to see all of our hard work. One of our scholars is getting ready to come up. We have 4 scholars speaking today, and so we want to be able to highlight both their experiences, what they have experienced within our program. First up, we have Miss Karina.
Hello everyone, my name is Karina Brown and I go to middle college and I'm part of the 2nd cohort for Acoma. Tonight I will be speaking on behalf of Zakila Nolly, and she says, "Good afternoon. My name is Zakila Nolly and I have been at Acoma for about 8 years. I graduated from Arroyo Valley High School in 2025. I am now enrolled at the University of California, Riverside in the School of Education. Being a member of the ADAP program was truly enlightening. Some of the benefits of being part of it include getting to know other students from different schools in San Bernardino and realizing how much we have in common. I also learned that mental health is important for everyone, not just a specific group of people. The program has helped me financially as well. Receiving a stipend taught me how to manage my money. One valuable lesson I learned from Mama Kim is to put away at least 10% of my money for savings. This is something I continue to practice now as a college student with a part-time job. The importance of mental health cannot be overstated. I have seen many of my friends struggle because they didn't know how to ask for help or what steps to take care of for themselves. Often, teens are expected to take care of their siblings or help their parents, but we aren't always given the time or space to relax and process our feelings as we go through puberty and figure out our paths after school. Teen mental health has helped me improve my own well-being by teaching me different methods to focus and reminding me to take breaks when needed, so I don't become overwhelmed. I've learned how to express myself to others without feeling like my opinions aren't being heard. Now, I make sure to take a few hours or even a whole day to relax, do things I enjoy, or spend time alone without socializing. Overall, teen mental health should not be overlooked. It's an issue that many young people face today, and it's important for everyone to address it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abiel Minali, and I'm a senior at Arroyo Valley High School. I've been at Acoma also for 8 years, ever since I was in 3rd grade, and I was fortunate enough to be part of the very first cohort of ADAP. Being involved in this program has truly shaped who I am today. Through ADAP, I gained the confidence to express myself, share my ideas, and really connect with others. It's helped me improve the way I communicate, not just with my teachers and peers, but also with my family. I've learned how to listen more deeply, to understand before responding, and to use my voice in a positive way. Now that I've stepped into the role of an ambassador for the second cohort, I've discovered what leadership truly means. Leadership isn't just about being in charge, it's about uplifting others, creating space for everyone to be heard, and working together toward a shared goal. It's about patience, responsibility, and learning from both successes and challenges. Being a part of this growth, being a part of this program has inspired me to think bigger about my future. I want to continue making a difference in my school and my community, and to keep growing as a person who leads with empathy and integrity. I'm so grateful to Akoma and Ada for giving me the tools, the confidence, and the support to believe in myself. This experience has taught me how to lead, how to serve, and how to never stop learning. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Isabel Harbor and I'm a sophomore at Middle College High School. I've been at Acoma since August of 2024. I originally started out at the STEAM program, however, once the ADAP program started, I later joined it. For a long time, I have been interested in psychology and having a job in that particular field. The job I'm most interested in is being a correctional youth counselor or a social worker for teenagers. Ever since I joined ADAP, I have been able to learn more about teen mental health, especially since before I used to be a lot more closed off around peers, but now I've been able to speak more openly to anyone who's ever approached me. ADAP isn't only for teens who are interested in psychology, as anyone can join, mostly because ADAP does help out teens like us learn more about ourselves. Mostly on how to regulate our emotions, how to open up to more peers, and how to help someone who is going through a crisis, and also how to seek for warning signs. ADAP has always been a way for teens to get together and show each other support, which is especially important since most teens feel that they can't open up to other adults. ADAP values peer-to-peer learning and support. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Gabriela Ramos and I go to Indian Springs High School. Being teenagers, many of us learn to survive before we ever get the chance to live as teenagers. Every day we are exposed to things in our community no young person should have to face, things like violence, drugs, and environments that try to limit our futures. Programs like ADAP and safe spaces like Acoma provide us with a hope for a better life. Being part of ADAP's second cohort has changed my everyday life. It gives teens like me a place to breathe, to heal, and grow away from the negativity around us. Acoma has become a safe space where I feel seen, protected, and understood. As teenagers of color, we've learned that mental health is often ignored in our homes. Many of us are bombarded with negative stigmas or are forced to act like our pain doesn't exist. I struggle with depression, anxiety, and bipolar disorder, and for a long time, I didn't understand what was happening in my own mind. Many would call me crazy, but not at Acoma. Through ADAP, I learned to name my experiences, recognize my triggers, and understand my brain, instead of having to feel bad about it. I also learned that in other communities, students have wellness centers and trained mental health staff on campus. Students like me are left to fight panic attacks alone in school bathrooms or classrooms. My school tries to help, and I do have an amazing counseling team, and I am grateful for that, but it's still not the same support my peers in better funded areas receive. ADAP opened my eyes to that difference, and it showed me that we deserve more. More importantly, ADAP showed me that there are adults who care, adults who fight for our voices, our safety, and our futures. Adults who don't just talk about change, but work for it. I'm not just here to share my story, but to call for action. Our youth deserve better mental health support. Our youth deserve safe spaces. Our youth deserves programs like ADAP, not just for a few, but for every student in every school. These programs can truly change lives. ADAP didn't just protect me from negative influences, it helped me discover the beauty in my city that I often forget is there. I'm asking the adults here today to keep fighting for us, to expand these programs, to listen to us, invest in us, and continue supporting us. Thank you.
tried to get Mom, but she's not budging for me. Are you sure, Miss Wilson? We got a few minutes. Come on, Miss Wilson, you can do it.
Hello, everyone. Sorry I wasn't prepared to speak, but I do just want to say thank you for taking your time to listen to Acoma Unity Center and for listening to the students. I think I don't have much to say to add because they already said everything that I feel. It's important that we come here and we show that these programs are working, that these programs are helping the students, and it's important that for you guys to see that not only that these programs are not only just for, like she said, a few students, but we should bring these programs to multiple cities, multiple students, because with the current situation, with social media, with everything going on, students are getting left, to find information on their own. And sometimes the information that's out there, it's not the information that we want them to have. So it's important that these programs are available to them, and that you consider anytime that, that there's an opportunity for you to provide these programs to other students and other classes, to just, keep your mind open and fund them. So that's all. And thank you, Acoma Unity Center, for always bringing these programs to the students in my area. So thank you.
All right. So this is on behalf of Ms. Kimberly Calvin, aka Mama Kim, as people call her in the city. Good evening, Board and Cabinet. My name is Kimberly Calvin, Executive Director of Acoma Unity Center. And I have the honor and the privilege of working with so many phenomenal scholars and parents within San Bernardino Unified School District. And I am extremely grateful, as you have heard from several of them this evening, sharing their experiences of being a part of the ADAP program. First, I'd like to thank San Bernardino Unified School Districts for its continued support, particularly Dr. Moreland, principal of Rio Vista Elementary, who has allowed the ADAP scholars to utilize a classroom on Saturdays as each cohort continues to grow larger than last. Secondly, we could not carry out this great work if not for the Elevated Youth Council and the Sierra Health Foundation, who have provided funding that allows Acoma to provide a stipend for each scholar and participant. Our first 26 graduates each received $1,000, a total of $26,000, and those funds were distributed directly into their hands, which has made an impact on their lives and their households. Our current cohort each will receive $775, as we have 33 participants, along with seven former participants, which are now considered ambassadors of the ADAP program, providing peer-to-peer support. This grant has allowed us to partner with Beauregard Therapy as they provide on-site counseling services weekly for our scholars and our parents. Thirdly, we'd like to thank Councilwoman Dr. Treasure Ortiz, professor at Cal State San Bernardino, Professor Moneymaker of San Bernardino Valley College Human Services Department, for their tireless efforts in assisting Acoma with writing our grant. Scholar participants in our ADAP program are also learning to become more civically engaged in the importance of utilizing their individual and collaborative voices to uplift concerns in their communities. To create impact, one must always act as if the process to uplift the concerns in the community. We've asked our scholars to think outside of the box for answers to their concerns and to not wait until the adults implement them. Our Photo Voice tour, where scholars are to take pictures throughout the city and place their thoughts to them along with their voice, is Your Voice, Your Vote, of which board member Alexander and Madam President Sabalas has helped to shape our scholars' thought process regarding the policy and advocacy. We thank both of them for participating. Finally, thank you, San Bernardino Unified School District, for creating wellness centers on many of our high school campuses, as this has been a game changer in addressing youth mental wellness. Thank you guys for tonight.
Well, first of all, that's the conclusion of it tonight. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for coming out and sharing, all the wonderful things that you guys are doing over at Akuma. I know that I have had the pleasure of visiting your site a couple of times, and just, you coming. I always encourage partners to come back and, share with us, attend our board meetings. I always make that call, like, come back and let us know the wonderful things that you're doing, because a lot of times we don't get a chance to either visit or learn more about it. So I'm very appreciative that you have taken the time to come and share some of this awesome work that you're doing. And I, just continue the good work. And I was not born in that side of town, but I was definitely raised. My family moved there, so I attended King Middle School, Royal Valley High School. So I recognize what the need is in that side of our community. I mean, across the city, really. But yeah. So thank you so much for coming out again, and you ladies did an awesome job presenting and sharing with us. So yes, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to go ahead and move forward with 4.0 public hearing. 4.1 San Bernardino City Unified School District's Sunshine Contract Proposal, successor to the California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. All right, am I asking for public comments at this time?
Yes, but there are none.
Okay, so I'm opening the public hearing. There are no comments, so I'm going to go ahead and now close the public hearing, correct? Awesome. So be it resolved, the Board of Education receives the district's initial Sunshine Contract Proposal, successor to the California School Employee Association, Chapter 183, CSCA, the San Bernardino City Unified School District, SBCUSD, and the California School Employee Association, CSCA, have entered into negotiations for contract reopeners. The district's intent is to reopen and begin negotiations on the following articles. Article 6, wages. Article 8, retiree health insurance. Article 11, employee evaluation procedures. Article 13, transfer. Article 14, leaves. Article 18, grievance procedures. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Medina, second by Mr. Tillman. Vote, please. Ms. Hernandez Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Delgado?
Aye.
And Ms. Akinyemi?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. 5.0 closed session, 5.1 closed session public comments, and I believe we have the one, right? I will go ahead and call Mr. I'm sorry, it's really hard for me to read your last name, but Mr. Arturo? So I think it's Ezam, Mr. Arturo Ezam.
About a closed session item for discipline?
It's about public comment for closed session. Do we have Mr. Arturo Ezam here? Okay. So we will go ahead and move on to closed session 5.2. We will adjourn. Thank you.
Oh, man.
All right, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and get started. 6.0 action reported from closed session. 6.1 expulsion of students. Or be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's findings of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following student with the identification number as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
Second.
Was that Ms. Medina? Moved by Dr. Wyatt, second by Ms. Medina. Vote, please. Motion carries. 6.2 student recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of correction. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders the suspension or expulsion of the following students with the identification numbers as listed below and in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 4900. Moved by Mrs. Alexander, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please. Motion carries. 6.3, lift readmit of expulsion of students. Be it resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the readmission of the following students with the identification numbers as indicated below to the schools of the San Bernardino City Unified School District and in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900.
So move.
Moved by Dr. Wyatt, second by Mr. Santos. Vote, please. Motion carries. 6.4, petition to expunge, rescind, sealing of record, or modify youth court expulsion. Be it resolved that Board of Education authorizes the expulsion and or youth court modification, expungement, or rescinding of the following students with the identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Bernardino City Unified School District and in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Ed Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Medina, second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote, please. Motion carries. 6.5, other closed session action. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to suspend 7 days of the following classified employee from his or her employment with the district HR class -2526-01-ER.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wyatt, second by Ms. Medina. Vote, please. Motion carries. 7.0, student board members. 7.1, reports and comments by student board members. I'm going to go ahead and start with Ms. Hernandez Garcia, please.
Good evening. My name is Brisa Hernandez Garcia, and I'm a senior at Middle College High School. So starting with a statement of gratitude, I just wanted to thank the district for inviting the student board members to attend the Motown music concert on Saturday. It was a very lovely event. I had a lot of fun, and I know the other student board members can also say that they had a lot of fun. And so now moving on to some of the highlights at my school, which is Middle College. On Thursday, the seniors decorated not only crowns, but also sunglasses. For Friday, which is when they had their senior sunrise, they also had a blood drive that day where students either donated blood or they did the double red donation. And on Saturday, the MCHS cheerleaders got the opportunity to cheer at the San Bernardino Valley College football game. At San Gorgonio, in sports news, they had basketball tryouts and the girls' flag football team is doing well. And in other news, their homecoming is coming up soon and they had an orchestra event recently. At Sierra High School, they had a community fitness fair where they gave out resources and had the grand opening of their gym. They also announced an official partnership with Cajon High School in order to bring the olive branch to Cajon. They also set up a booth at Cajon's Fall Fiesta where they gave out 2 racks of clothing for free. So now on the report for Slack, yesterday we had a presentation from Miss Kimber on the LCAP, and she broke down where and what funding goes to, asked for student input on different services, like their AP classes, their IB classes, as well as stuff like Avid. We also had a presentation from the Tucci community resource, and they talked about adverse childhood experiences, but also the resources that they have available for the community, like the community garden. And that is all for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hernandez Garcia. Up next, Mr. Delgado.
Good afternoon. I first wanted to thank everyone for coming in today and those who are tuning in from their devices online. Today, my gratitude goes to the organization named Project Lead the Way, which has announced my teacher at Pacific, Angela Quinlan, as the National PLTW Biomedical Science Teacher of the Year. This achievement, I was super glad she had gotten it, as Ms. Quinlan does a lot for me and her students over these past few years, and she swears she's retiring this year, but I really hope she doesn't, because I still want my senior year to have her as my teacher. Words cannot describe how much she has helped me and truly deserves the recognition for everything she has sacrificed for her students. When I was writing this, I honestly almost cried. So for my school's update, we are having football plays at A.B. Miller this week, hoping to continuing our winning record, currently at 7-1. We are having our breast cancer awareness walk on October 27th during lunch, starting in the front of the gym at 12:21. CTE students are attending a micro internship with Velocity Trunking on October 24th. Also, our seniors are already ready, hard at work, doing their FAFSA paperwork in College and Career Center and working on the college applications in their senior capstone course. Lastly, student clubs are also getting ready for the Winter Family Festival at Pacific High School, making games and setting up for activities for the community. For Royal Valley High School, they had just celebrated a partnership with Innovation Tech Academy and the University of Redlands. Their dedication has brought new beginnings and allowed us to be the first SBC USD high school to offer this amazing program. Mr. Mauricio Ariano and another board member we have there. We had also had a VAPA festival and a trunk or treat together on October 17th. It was a great event. We are also having Homecoming Spirit Week, and our homecoming will be this October 25th. For San Andreas High School, their next school site update is with San Andreas. Their campus has just celebrated the first quarter graduates and wanted to invite all the student board members to their community job fair. My report from Slack is that on Monday, me and my peers had meaningful conversations about qualities that are important to have and how to bring those qualities to our campuses to improve student experience. One of the topics that were discussed within our groups was equity, the way that we must include all of those on campus during events that can improve campus culture. We must support the minorities within our spaces and treat all with kindness. Never just prioritizing one group, but we must look out for one of each other despite our differences. Once more, thank you for having me today and able to represent the people who look up to me.
Thank you so much for that great report. Up next, we have Ms. Akinyemi.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Perfect Akinyemi. I'm a junior at and a representative for San Bernardino High School. Tonight was the tennis girls team senior night, in which we won league and are able to advance. Thank you to the tennis team for all of the stuff they have done for me. A few highlights for San Bernardino High School is that Western University Optometry will be on campus for a vision event on Wednesday, providing free eye exams and glasses. Friday was the Cardinal City's first multicultural community event. Cal State San Bernardino is hosting a direct admit day on November 4th for seniors, and there's a special opportunity for those who have met the A through G requirement to be offered instant admission to students who attend the field trip on the 4th. Last Friday, our Unified PE class participated in the District Unified Cornhole team. The Unified Cardinals brought home the school's trophy, and James and Cheney took home first place for the Cardinal City. In Indian Springs, they had their Oko game and won it at a parade display, the marching band and the sheriff and their song pump team. And various clubs such as Art Club, Key Club, and Yearbook supported their school. Indian Springs High School also had their first rally of the year. Congratulations to many sports this season, as well as many shows and the rock band performances and other fun games that has become a tradition at their school. The entire week, they had a Spirit Week display at each school, and they are also having their Pink Out game on October 17th. Cajon High School are having their Fall Fiesta, which is a huge community event with games, community booth, and vendors. Cajon High School is also hosting their Pink Ribbon Week, ending off with their Pink Out football game to spread awareness of breast cancer. Their TW department is also hosting a Night of Dead play. They have also been interviewing their CTE teachers, where they present their pathways in minutes, interviews, and pitches. The report from SLAC was, we had, as Brisa said, we had Miss Kimbe present the LCAP, and we also had the Tizuchi Sushi present their events to help us. We also did a few posters on diversity, in which my group marked up that for diversity, the most important part was to show love and appreciation to all cultures and be open to everyone else. That concludes my report from SWAC and all the schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your report as well. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to 8.0 administrative reports and presentations, 8.1 homeless foster youth presentation, and I will go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, President Ceballos. It is my distinct pleasure to host and showcase one of the unsung heroes in this district. This team, Specialized Programs, has done so much to be able to support some of our most vulnerable students. In the past, you've heard about the things and services that we provide, but today you're going to hear voices and stories. And like I said, it is an honor to work with this group. As a school district, to have community partners who are dedicated in this work. I know that this is something that for many of you is very close to your heart. And I hope that you're able to see the fire, the passion, the true hard work that this team does every single day. And so with all of that, I'd like to introduce our Director of Specialized Programs, Angela Urquidez, and she will then introduce her co-presenter and her team. Thank you so much.
Good evening, President Ceballos, Superintendent Ariano, esteemed board members, executive cabinet, and community. Thank you so much for having us here tonight to present some information on our district's Atlas program. Before I begin, I wanted to introduce members of our team who are able to join us tonight. So if you'd please stand. That's pretty much everything. So we have Ms. Stacy, Ms. Griselda, Yesenia, Jose, Miriam, Arlise, Talise, Sonia, Tanya, and Miss Vicky Lee. Oh, and Alma back there with the beautiful baby. Sorry. We're so blessed to have such a dedicated team serving our students, families, and community. Each and every one of them go above and beyond, humbly serving, quietly doing the work behind the scenes, always leading with compassion, supporting with dignity and respect, and meeting each and every person where they're at. Their hearts and their commitment to our community are the keys to the positive impact they make each and every day. We also have a few of our partners who were so gracious to come here today. They will be sharing information about some of the ways we work together to support our students, families, and community. Our team is so incredibly grateful for our partnerships because we honestly couldn't serve the way that we do without them. My name is Angela Urquidez, and I'm the proud Director of Specialized Programs under the leadership of Dr. Sandra Rodriguez and the Student Services Division. The Specialized Programs Department oversees 4 of our district programs: Atlas, CalSafe, Short-Term Independent Studies, and the California Healthy Youth Act. Our Atlas program serves our students in foster care and homeless situations and their families. Our primary focus is to ensure we're upholding state and federal laws that protect the educational rights of our most vulnerable students while also doing everything we can to remove barriers, allowing them to access an equitable education. The way we work and serve is representative of the district's operating values. We truly believe that all of our students will exceed all expectations. The foundation of how we serve is in the belief that every individual has the right to be treated with dignity, kindness, and respect. Tonight, you will also hear about how we work to ensure our students have a sense of belonging, allowing all students to feel socially and emotionally safe and connected. And of course, our students are some of the most resilient and inspirational people you will ever have the privilege to meet. Our work is also grounded in the 6 pillars of our district's Vision 2030 Shines. Tonight, you will hear from those who do the work every day. For those who couldn't make it, they have shared their thoughts and experiences through emails, letters, and audio and video recordings. This district is truly a special place, filled with so many amazing and caring people with the biggest hearts for our students and community. From the staff at the school sites who go above and beyond, serving every day with love, empathy, and compassion, to members of our departments who consistently partner with us to provide support to our students. It truly takes a village, and those serving in our district and living and working in our community are truly the village that always pulls together for the best interests of our students and families. The last time we presented to you, I shared how in 2016, one of the students on our leadership team came up with the name of our program. ATLAS stands for Access to Learning for All Students. The name of our program and its origin is important because it represents how we serve. Before our brilliant students renamed us, we were known as Foster Youth and Homeless Education. Unfortunately, we soon realized that because of the name of our program, We were unintentionally labeling our students and families when we were meeting with them out at sites and within the community. This didn't afford the discretion that we sought to provide that continues to be a priority with every interaction we have. For many of our students, trust is difficult to extend to others, especially adults. So tonight, our speakers will share some of the work we do to support students in our program while maintaining and protecting their privacy. You will hear how an entire district and community comes together time and time again to serve with compassion, with trust, with dignity, and confidentiality. What we do with the trust they extend to us matters. Confidentiality is more than just compliance. It is compassion in practice. Because when we protect their privacy, we protect their power. When we guard their stories, we affirm their worth. And when we uphold confidentiality, we begin to rebuild the sense of safety the world may have taken from them. Here's the mission and vision of the Atlas program. As I shared earlier, our primary focus is in the removal of barriers for students so they have access to an equitable education. We do this by providing supports, services, and resources to students, families, and school sites based on their specific and individual needs. So I just wanted to take a minute to remind everyone about what it means to be identified as living in a homeless situation for us as a school district. The McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act defines students in homeless situations as those who lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. This includes children and youth who are living in shelters, motels, cars, parks, abandoned buildings, or temporarily with others due to loss of housing or economic hardship. The law also covers unaccompanied youth, those not in the physical custody of a parent or guardian. The purpose of this definition is to ensure that all students experiencing homelessness have equal access to the same free, appropriate public education as other children and youth, including the ability to enroll in and attend school without delay or barriers. So as of October 17th, we have identified 5,046 students as living in homeless situations. By the end of each school year, we usually average around 5,500 to 6,000 students that we have identified. As a school district, we follow the LCFF definition for foster youth. An important piece of this definition that many don't realize is that sometimes students who live with a biological parent can still be identified as a foster youth. These situations are called family maintenance. In these cases, there is an open case and a social worker is working with the family. Only when the case is closed through the courts is the child no longer considered a foster youth. We utilize CalPADS and the Foster Focus data system and work closely with Children and Family Services to ensure accurate identification of students in ARIES. As of October 17th, we have 653 students in foster care who are enrolled in our district this year. It's important to note that our district has the largest number of students in foster care in all of San Bernardino County. There are a few ways we're able to identify students living in homeless situations in foster care. Being able to identify our students is critical in allowing us to provide supports, services, and resources. Accurately identifying our students also allows us to ensure we are adhering to their educational rights under the law. During initial enrollment or through data confirmation, the housing questionnaire is used to help us in identifying students living in specific living situations. This year, we also sent out an additional housing questionnaire through Parent Square in September, and we'll be sending another one out when we return from winter break. For our students in homeless situations, we rely on self-identification. Sometimes students and families may share information with a teacher, a counselor, or an administrator at their school. When this happens, the site shares this information with the Atlas team so we can accurately identify them. We also do outreach at school and district events and throughout the community, letting people know they may be entitled to certain educational rights, services, and supports based on their specific living situation. Many times, community agencies that we partner with will contact us to let us know that they're working with a student or family living in a specific situation. Oftentimes, they reach out to get students enrolled in school or may be looking for other supports and services the district can provide. Accurately identifying students in foster care is usually easier. We use CalPADS, Foster Focus, and our partners at CFS. Once a student is identified, the Atlas program will code them in areas. Because of the high mobility many of these students experience, we provide an updated list of students every week to site administrators and counselors. School site staff has been trained on information regarding the specific educational rights these students are afforded and can use these lists to ensure they are meeting the needs of all of their students.
Can I do a pause real quick? Mr. Tillman?
So I have a question about the how a student gets the designation as a foster child. Only because I know of a personal experience where a couple of young people lost their mother, and then the church surrounded them and people took them in, but they never got classified as foster. And in the end, it ended up hurting them because when they turned 18, there was all these resources that they couldn't get. And at the time, I was working at the county, and I called the director of Children and Family Services because I was working in human services myself. And she explained to me that once a person gets 18, you can't go back and have them qualified as a foster, as a someone that was a foster child. And I don't think the community understands that. So how do they actually get the designation of foster? And do we ever try to help them get that designation when we're working with the community?
So in order to be designated as a foster youth, they have to have an open case in court under the WIC 300 court.
How does that part happen? Someone has to go to court or what?
Usually a social worker, CFS,
Social worker.
Children and Protective Services would be involved, and then they would remove the children, and then they would find, sometimes they try and find family or friends, or they would go into a foster home. But the state has to legally take custody of the children first.
I really think somehow the foster youth and the people surrounding them when they get in that situation need to be informed of that. Because to me, it was just the folks I'm talking about. They been dealing with issues even since then. You know what I mean? So I really think it'd be good if they understood that you should be identified as foster. Because I know recently there's additional resources even after they turn 18, right? And I think that's very important. So I just hope we do something in the district to inform the folks around them that, hey, here's how you do it, and make sure they get, or at least give them the option of being defined as foster. I just hope that our district is working in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Medina?
Yeah, I think that'd be a little bit difficult because typically the child might be in an unsafe situation. So I can imagine you'll probably look at, but there's a negative stigma, unfortunately, with the label of foster youth. So I know, they don't, and I guess my question would be, first, how do you find out when a youth is identified? The reason why I'm asking, because there is a negative stigma, and sometimes they don't want to disclose that. So I'm just curious on.
So the information is in CalPADS, and we are able to go into CalPADS and find that report, and it's updated. If a child comes, sometimes they enroll in our schools and they'll actually have the court paperwork, so then the schools will let us know, and we'll make sure that we get the resources out and identify them as well.
And Mr. Tillman, I think just the identification piece, it's once you're taken away from the house. So I don't know if sometimes it might be a good place, but they'll find out what the situation is. So it's I would be cautious on how we do it because we don't want to put students unless there's like a real serious situation, predicament.
Hold on, because, well, go ahead, actually.
Yeah, and I guess that's the conversation I'm trying to have. Just to say, in a hypothetical situation, if you have a child that's 16, their parent passes away, so there really is nothing that triggers anybody taking over. So if someone else steps in and say, you can live with me, then that person would just live with the other person, but could totally avoid the court system, right? And that's the part I'm talking about, because they're in the circumstance already. My concern is not being eligible for all of the resources that go along with being identified as foster. And I didn't know the part about having to have the court get involved, because to me, the right way to do it would be, if they're living with someone, to get that person involved in helping them get identified. But that person could say in the process, identify them as foster, but they can still stay with me. Is that possible?
There's licensing that happens. Sometimes people can get an emergency license to be a foster parent. So that's kind of the route they would have to have. Their house has to be evaluated,
Right.
and they have to meet certain criteria. They
Right.
have to have background checks and all of those things. So there are certain criteria in order for somebody to be able to have a foster child living with them.
And Ms. Medina, the reason why I say it, because the case I'm talking about, the young folks, they were caring people who wanted to help, but then when they did certain things, then they got moved to a different house, and then when they got, and they were older, 16 or 17, but then when they got 18, then there were none of these resources that they could access because they weren't identified as foster youth, and they were going through it at the time. And then it only got worse as they got 18, because without those resources, your life's even tougher. That's the reason why they have the resources for the ones that are 18 over, right? So to me, that's why I just think we need to have the discussion to make sure maybe we can help with the process.
Mrs. Orquides, maybe you can speak to caregiver affidavit, as well as unaccompanied youth and homeless situations, that maybe that might address it.
Yeah, specifically with if in that situation where there is no legal guardianship, we do have a caregiver affidavit form, that because that child would now be an unaccompanied youth because they are not living in the physical custody of a legal guardian. So in that regard, we could enroll them in school and work with provide surrogate ed right holder training and those kinds of things. But I think what you're referring to is the services and supports they get through the county and Children and Family Services being designated as a foster child. And then they have extended foster care, they have ILP programs and those kinds of things once they turn 18 if they choose to do so. Those are what you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman, for that. And I had some similar questions, right? Because there's a lot of youth that situations like that happen, or parents are incarcerated, or maybe parents are not incarcerated and they have not been removed from their custody necessarily, but they are absent of the home. Maybe they're, unfortunately or sadly, users, right? So, sometimes parents, or relatives kind of come in and just absorb the responsibility of the child. But again, it's not through the official court process. And so those affidavits that you're talking about, they're useful for, services within the school district. So if I were doing an evaluation, that's the first thing I check: who has legal guardianship, right? If they're not under custody of parent. And I always look for court documentation, things like that. And if we don't have that, and the parent doesn't, or the guardian doesn't have the ability to get that immediately, then we would enact something like a guardian affidavit or something like that to be able to proceed and provide the services, the evaluations and things like that for students, right? But the concern that Mr. Tillman's bringing is something that I'm also interested in finding out, because, what would be the pros and cons, going to Ms. Medina's point, right, of would it be advisable, to assist grandparents, for instance, or aunts and uncles, right, that have these children, to support them to go to court, right? And in doing this, is there a risk associated that they may be removed from their care? Is that a risk? And so, and is there anything that we can additionally do to support, maybe advocate for them to remain in the care of the grandparents' homes, that they like, what are other things that we, as a district or as a department, can do in assisting in these children's behalf to make sure that they do get the fostering label, to ensure that as they age out, they're still continuing to receive, those services. So I don't know, those are questions I don't know if you guys have answers to those questions, and if you don't, if there's a way that we can explore, maybe by partnering with county to get a little bit more clarity around how we can go about, because I know that there's a lot of children that do live with, family members that are not necessarily parents.
So just to add to that, a lot of what is being discussed is outside of our scope as an educational provider. Because of the way that fostering works, it is the Department of Family and Children Services that will enact, that actually makes that student a foster child, that classifies that. Through our programming and through the communication of our people, they're able to find out who lives with grandparents, who lives with aunts or uncles, and they can refer them out to some of our educational partners. Sometimes we have legal aid, we have Catholic Charities. There's many programs that are out there that we can refer those families to. But as far as us walking them through the process, that goes beyond the scope of our ability as a district.
I can share that the liaisons are really well versed in the supports and services that are available, and they will counsel families based on their individual circumstances on all of the options that are available. But a lot of times they will be geared towards legal guardianship, or maybe even a kinship kind of guardianship situation. Foster care is probably like the last resort for our kids.
Okay, go ahead. Continue. Thank you.
All right. So at the core of our mission is ensuring every child has access to a stable and supportive education. We work to eliminate the barriers that can interrupt learning, whether those stem from housing instability, transportation issues, or other life challenges. Our team helps families navigate school enrollment, secure reliable transportation, and maintain educational continuity during periods of transition. Through strong collaboration with district departments and community organizations, we are able to connect families to essential services, including housing support, healthcare, mental health care, and job placement resources. To support academic success, we offer tutoring and mentorship, provide students with personalized guidance, encouragement, and one-on-one support. On campus, we create inclusive spaces where students feel seen, supported, and empowered. Through student-led groups and engagement activities, we foster connection, confidence, and leadership skills. Our case management model ensures students receive individualized ongoing support tailored to their unique circumstances. Access to enrichment opportunities allows students to explore their interests and unlock their potential. And at this time, I'm going to invite Mrs. Vicki Lee to share how we collaborate with the community to support our students and families.
Good evening, everyone. It's a blessing to sit here before you today and reflect on our homeless education program. It's filled with growth, challenges, and countless stories of hope and resilience. Over 20 years ago, I began serving as a homeless liaison for this district. At that time, the program looked very different. I stepped into the role after Mr. Mars Cerna, who was managing the Family Resource Center and doing it all on his own. Back then, there was only 400 students identified as experiencing homelessness. Not long after, Talisa Ostrinsky joined the team, and together with administration, we began building the foundation of what has now become a strong, comprehensive program dedicated to supporting our most vulnerable youth. In those early years, we did what we could with the limited resources we had, often feeling only the squeaky wheel gets the oil. But we stayed committed because we knew every student mattered and every child deserved an opportunity to thrive. Like, who wakes up and says, I want to be homeless? Who wants to be like that? It takes us to care, to have the heart, the compassion, the understanding, to listen and make a difference. And not just the will, but the skill and the support. As time went, Angela Orchides joined as our director, and foster students were added to the program. Our department began to grow, and with growth came greater opportunities to positively impact and improve the lives of our families. This time I want to thank all of the board members now and the ones that have been on the board that are responsible for helping to build this program. Dr. Rodriguez, thank you so much for believing in our mission and recognizing the importance of the work. Angela, thank you for your leadership, your support, your compassion for the students and families we serve. We're deeply grateful to the Board of Education, San Bernardino County Schools, our community partners, and individuals who've been a major support system for our department. The ongoing collaborations and commitments have strengthened our ability to meet the needs of our families and provide safety net for children who might otherwise fall between the cracks. When I look at our team now, I can't help but feel proud. There was a time when Talisa and I were out there trying to do everything that we could do, but like I said earlier, only the squeaky wheel got the oil because there was only 2 of us. With all of the students in our district, there were only 2. So we were identifying and doing what we could. But now we have an amazing team, a team that cares. We're all dedicated to serving foster and homeless youth. Together, we've moved from being reactive to proactive, and that has made all the difference in the world. When I first started, the 400 students were identified as homeless. Today, that number has grown to over 5,000 students experiencing homelessness and nearly 700 foster youth within our district. Behind each of these numbers is a story, a child, a family, a community striving for stability and hope. Our mission remains the same, to reduce barriers so students can focus on learning and succeeding. That can mean arranging transportation, providing basic needs like food, clothing, assisting with medical and counseling services, or connecting families with community partners who can meet their urgent needs. But beyond providing resources, our work is about building relationships to where our students know that we care. Over time, our students and their families have come to trust us. They open up. They share their secrets, their struggles. They allow us to walk alongside them in some of the most difficult seasons of their lives. That trust is sacred. That's why confidentiality is one of the most important parts of our work. When families confide in us, they're not just sharing information, They're placing their hope in us. They trust that we will protect their privacy, their dignity, and their story. We never want to violate that trust. For many of our students, we may be the first safe connection that they've had in life. Maintaining that trust allows healing and progress to begin. While I can't share details because of confidentiality, I can tell you that the situations we encounter are deeply human and often heartbreaking. You know, they say not to take your work home, but how do you not think about some of our homeless students and families when you're at home and you say, I don't have anything to eat, but it's I don't have what I want in the refrigerator. It's not that I don't actually have it. It's my desire is not there. How do you not think about it when you're in your warm bed and somebody's sleeping under a tent? How do you not think about it when someone's sleeping in a car and it's cold and they can't run their heater all night because then they won't have any gas? How do you not think about it when your stomach is full and you know some of your students and families are possibly hungry? How do you not take it home? Families living in cars, parks, abandoned buildings and tents. Families lose housing after years of stability. A father passes away, leaving a mother of 7 struggling to hold it all together. Families flee domestic violence. Parents lose hours at work and can't make ends meet. As you know, the district specializes in education and cannot house families. However, we do have community partners that we can call on to help us. Children long for consistency and safety, and we do everything we can to make that happen. When the district's resources aren't enough, we turn to our community partners who help us to extend that circle of care. These include local businesses, shelters, county schools, faith-based organizations, service agencies, and kind-hearted individuals, some who choose to remain anonymous, who step forward to meet needs when crisis hits our families. Together, we help with housing, support, food insecurities, emergency clothing, hygiene items, family adoptions during holidays, and even assistance when families experience fires or unexpected tragedies. These partnerships make it possible for us to keep families stable and for students to keep learning without interruption. For our McKinney-Vento families, these efforts mean that children can stay connected to their school of origin, to their friends, teachers, and the familiar environment that provides stability in the midst of change. To our community partners, a few are here today, thank you. Your generosity, your compassion, your willingness to stand with us has changed lives. You are that bridge that connects our families to hope. Thank you. We appreciate you. To my amazing team, thank you for your dedication, your heart, your commitment to serving children and families with dignity and love. You are the heartbeat of our department, and I appreciate you, and I thank God for all the work that we do individually and collectively. From one person to many, from 400 students to over 5,000, plus almost 7,000 foster students. From reactive to proactive, we've come a long way, and the journey continues. The need is great, but so is our faith, our compassion, and our determination to serve. As long as there are students who need support, we will be here, standing in the gap, protecting that trust, reminding them that they are not alone. Every day, we get to be a light in someone's storm. And that is a privilege I never take for granted. For me, this is not a job. This is part of my purpose in life. I was created to be here, to do this. Our team, we were created to do this. We genuinely care, and we try very hard to make the difference. So now, I'm honored to introduce two of our incredible community partners who've been instrumental in helping us meet the needs of our students and their families. Their compassion and collaboration truly embody what partnership looks like. So we have Naomi Coleman, that's from the Hospitality House. She will actually come first. And after that, Elizabeth Cruz, who's a retired teacher, and she's also an Atlas advisor. And she's back here talking because she told me not to give a title, but I want you to know she's a retired PE teacher, and she actually works with the Elks Lodge number 836 with the Antlers. And they're going to share their work with us and the impact we've made together serving our students and their families. So we'll first have Miss Naomi.
Before we do that, I would just like to take another quick pause to, I think there's some questions, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank Ms. Vicki Lee personally. I've been knowing Vicki Lee my whole life. We go to the same church. But I've seen her do work over the years, and it's just been amazing. She truly has a love for all people, and I'm probably the only board member can say I was here 20 years ago when she first started with the district. Before that, she's working in Los Angeles, and we were able to get her to come to work here. And no matter what she's going through personally, she never stops to help our students. I probably shouldn't be saying this, but Vicki was on kidney dialysis for a long time, and she never stopped working while she was going through it. It was simply amazing. And I would call her, not even thinking about it, and she was always there willing to help whatever the situation was. Because whenever somebody mentioned to me about homelessness, or they were homeless, they knew somebody was homeless, I told them, don't worry about it, I got a number for you. And it was always Vicki's number. And she says that she can't provide housing, but she knows who can provide housing. I can't tell you the number of people who she put in motels and hotels for 3 days and 7 days, and gave transportation and found food for, just saving lives nonstop. So I can't thank you enough, Ms. Lee, and your whole team, because I know you all do the work, and you truly are amazing, and you're just a blessing to the entire district. So I, as the individual, can't thank you enough, because I've seen firsthand the work that you've done. And I do want to say to the board, something I learned from Ms. Lee. I had a student come into our district. They were having problems at home, ended up being homeless. And the district was able to classify them as homeless. And Ms. Lee did the work and presented the student with a document. There's some form you guys give them to make them officially homeless. And that document benefited that student even after he got out of high school, because he was able to use that document to show that he was homeless. So when he applied for community college, when you do your FAFSA, you don't have to list any information from your parents. You can say I'm homeless and use that document from the district as proof that you are. That's been a lifesaver for a few students that I've worked with to help them go into college. So I just want to say thank you very much.
Can I just take a few moments? Just a few moments. Thank you so much. I just have to thank Miss Angela, because like you said, I have a passion to do it. Every last one of our teammates, Angela has made sure to pick those that she feels that has the heart for the students. It's all of us have a heart and a passion to serve and serve and serve. And so I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, and I might get in trouble, but I just get in trouble. But I think God has put us together as a team to be able to serve the community. And I'm just really grateful for your leadership. I'm thankful for the team. And he did share that I was on dialysis. I did have a kidney transplant. I could not wait to get back to work. And it's been 2 years. So I'm thanking God for the kidney and thanking Him for the students that we serve.
Mrs. Alexander?
Sure, I'll save my questions for later, but I also wanted to say thank you to Angela and Miss Vicky for all the hard work and the team that's here. Thank you. But the presentation thus far has been very informative. But I also go to a church with Vicky too. And before I was even on the board, I just knew that she was the one that would help the homeless. And just the level of effort and the passion and just seeing you through the ups and downs and the commitment. We really do appreciate that, but just it resonates when you just present it on behalf of what we're doing for our community. And I'll just save my questions for later because I know that your partners are here and they're going to present. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll hand it back over to you.
Good evening. My name is Naomi Coleman, and I'm the Director of Programs for the Salvation Army in San Bernardino. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to share regarding this amazing team and the work that they have done with our families and with our unaccompanied youth and also our accompanied youth over the years. I've worked for the Salvation Army in San Bernardino since 2016, and I've had the privilege of working with this team that amount of time, right around the time when the Atlas name actually came about. And some of my other staff members have actually worked with them for upwards of 20 years. This partnership goes deeper than just identifying who a homeless or foster youth is. This partnership goes to making sure that the parents are set up for success, that the parents have services, that the parents are stable, that the social workers who are trying to get that information, like you're asking about, have the information that they need, all while protecting confidentiality and making sure that appropriate forms are in place. I can tell you that every single one of our students in our facility actually has a release of information that's in place with the school district so that parents, our case managers, our Atlas team can communicate. They can actually have access to students' grades and advocate for the student, advocate for the parent, be kind of a middle person to be able to have those conversations when all our families are doing are trying to survive. They're trying to survive, they're trying to feed their children, and sometimes education ends up on that back burner. So this team right here puts education back in the forefront. They make sure that the children have what they need and that the students are successful. I can't tell you how many times I've texted or called Miss Vicky or Miss Talise, and the wee hours of the night when they're probably not supposed to be working, but they answer and they have solutions. They have real solutions when it's an educational issue, when students might be dealing with IEP issues or they're dealing with bullying or maybe there's a transportation issue. This team is 24/7 and I can tell you that they're not afraid to get their hands dirty. They have gone out to do the point in time count at the wee hours of the morning to account for those homeless youth and those families. I mean, we've gone out and visited youth that live in cars, that are under bridges. They brought food boxes. So they're literally the hands and feet of this work to make sure that those students have what they need to be able to make education a primary focus. So I just, from the bottom of my heart, I mean, I've seen kids graduate, go to college. We had a young lady, she was about to be 18, about to be graduating high school and had nowhere to go. And we were able to partner with the district to find somewhere safe for her within our facility. And then she actually just recently went to college. Talise kind of circled back and shared that story with us. So those stories are never ending. They're generational. We have parents that we've served collaboratively and then children that we've served collaboratively. And every time that happens, we hope that possibly, right, that generation can break those cycles and that generation will be that much stronger moving forward. So I just want to thank you for having this team and having these resources because a lot of our parents are scared when their children have not been in school. And this team makes it incredibly easy for them to be able to step into the current and be able to get their children enrolled in school and do what they need to do. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Board. This is very different for me. I have to keep myself toned down because I am a retired PE teacher and my voice carries very loudly, so I'm going to try to keep that voice down. My name is Elizabeth Cruz. I had the beautiful opportunity of retiring from San Bernardino City Unified School District as a PE assistant, did almost 30 years, and I'm very proud of that job. I feel like we touched so many lives, not just culturally, but just in different academic stages. It was elementary, so it was great. It was from kindergarten, to 6th grade, so it was just an eventful time. During that time, though, I had the opportunity of learning and seeing what was really out in the city. Being a person that was born and raised in the Meadowbrook area, born and raised in the city, right down in the barrio, I knew what was up there. I knew that our barrio was safe and everybody had a home and everybody had what we needed. And everybody's family watched everybody's family, so we were in a safe environment. As I came in through years of working in the district, I learned quickly that that's not always the same situation, because in our neck of the woods, it was us. It was the Rodriguez's and the Sanchez's and everybody, your grandma and your tia back here, and then so everybody watched each other. Out of my little neighborhood, I learned that that wasn't true out in the city. And it was very difficult as an educator to learn that, because I was always feeling safe. I was always okay. Yes, we had just beans and tortillas, but we had beans and tortillas that were made from the grandma that were even better. So it was okay. But I learned in this job, and I take this to heart, and I mean this with all my heart, I learned the sad truth of what's really going on in the city. So because of that, because of those years of learning and teaching and seeing and hearing and tissues and crying and hugging, I learned that there are other things that we can do in this city. Through that, I had the opportunity to work with Talise. She was my first connection to Atlas. It wasn't Atlas then, I don't think. Was it? Probably not. It was a long time ago. But I learned through her, that there were other opportunities out there for the kids, that there's things we can do. And my thought, always because of being in education, is what can we do for this kid? What can we do for that kid? What can we do with that family? So we worked together because our children went to school together, so we always kept that niche going. Through that, I got to meet, I got to say this, my girl, Ms. Vicky, and we started to connect. Throughout those connections, we made connections here. And because we made those connections, we were able to do things together. Not personally, not by myself, but because I'm a member of the Elks Lodge, number 836. I've been there for 18 years, and it's a fraternal organization that does things for the community. So in that, we decided to bring an organization of youth, which are called the Antlers, and they are the nucleus of why we do what we do. So let me just tell you what we do. Those kids that I have now, and many of them live in mobile homes, not mobile homes up there, I mean mobile homes, like little mobile homes. They are now united, and we provide different types of things for the kids in this city through the Atlas program. We would not be able to do that if we did not have the collaboration and the same mental thought and the passion and the heart to do what we do for these kids. How do I know that? Because I've seen it. I experienced it. I saw it. I tasted it. I witnessed it. And it was not always very pretty. So between their office and our kids and the Elks Lodge, we have provided kids with mattresses, with beds. We've provided them with Christmas parties to be able to give them that feeling of, hey, just because you don't have anywhere to stay, you got some presents. You get to see Santa. You get to get a nice hot cooked meal. You get to have music and dance. You get to even dance with the Grinch. I say that because it's Talisa's family. With the Grinch and everybody else, and you get to go shopping with some of the gently used items, and you get to take home extra snacks and extra goodies. And we do that. We also provide a Thanksgiving dinner for certain families. We're just experimenting with that. We're trying to get that a little bit more motivated with that. We did it last year, I think, for like 10 families. And it's always something that I've wanted to do, just to provide meals, because I know we came from the barrio. We didn't have all Thanksgiving stuff. You know, we had what we had. So we invited 10 families last year. A couple of them couldn't make it due to transportation. But now, this year, we're going to do it again. And we have also collaborated, and we work with the county schools with Ms. Tyrese Crawford, who has also donated some of the foods that we have. And we bring them in, and they walk into the facility, and they're excited, and their first thing is, I've never seen a place like this before. I've never seen a tablecloth. What do I do with this fork? It's like, okay, well, let me show you, mijo. Come here. Let me show you. So we get to teach them what to look for, what their other experiences out in this world. But we couldn't do that without Atlas. They provide our kids, and I say our kids because they are, our kids with all the knowledge and experience to be able to give them, those kids, the opportunities that they have. If we did not have Atlas, if we did not team together, and I'm talking like, Jose, Miss Liz, I got a family of 6. Can you help me out? Dude, what do you need? What do you get? And if I don't have it, I'll get it. I'm kind of like you, Miss Vicky. I'll find someone who has it. We provide them with anything and everything that we can get. I am not a no person. If somebody says, hey, I got something that you could use for any of the kids, I'll take it. I don't think my husband at home likes it very much because we have, yes, Scott, that's true. I have items everywhere, and he's like, babe, really? Really? I know, I'm going to move it. But we do that because it always comes and it goes back and forth with them for the kids that we all service. And I could not be more thankful and more appreciative. And again, I'm going to say what Miss Vicky says, how blessed we are to be able to work together because those kids because we work hard. And let me just tell you that the kids that I work with under my youth group, it's not a freebie. They work to get money, to earn money, the way to be able to provide for those kids. We hustle, we ask for grants, we ask for any donation, no amount is too small. We're doing fundraisers, anything that we can to raise money to be able to provide for those students. Like I say, $100 for a student of sixth grade higher, it goes like that. And we work the system with Walmart. Yes, we ask them, hey, can we have a break? Thank you so much. No taxes? Cool. Now we can feed and clothe 2 other kids because of that. So we work really, really hard with that. And I am so thankful and so passionate. And I will not, and for my last dying day, I will never let that go. I will, as long as I have breath and I can move, we're going to continue doing this until somebody says we can't do it anymore. And that's just going to be the way that it is. So in that, I'd like to thank you very much for listening to me. I hope that you can support us in some way. And I'm going to just throw out a little thing right here. We're having a fundraiser, hint, hint, at the Elks Lodge on Dia de los Muertos. And yes, I'm going to promote it, Ms. Vicky. We're going to have it, and it's a fundraiser to raise money for supplying gifts for our kids. We have, and I have to tell you, well, let me tell you first that the fundraiser is $40. You get to come in and you get to paint this beautiful painting, and you get to have some purchase for a small minimal amount, some, taquitos, quesadillas, things of the Latin culture. We're going to have music. We're going to have a face painter if you want to come in and get your face half painted, come in costume. And I have to just tell you, I have to give my husband props because he's Santa. He is a PE teacher at Vermont Elementary. His name is Ron Burris, and he is a fantastic Santa. And the kids he walks in there and you think he's a real guy. And everybody's like, oh, Santa's here. Yes, it's him, yes. So please, 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 with December 20th, we're having the party. If you feel like you want to come, please contact Ms. Vicky. She'll let me know. That way you can witness what our kids in San Bernardino, and these kids do not have either, but they're willing to make that effort to show other kids who are worse off than they are that they too can have fun. And there's somebody that cares within their genders, their identity of ethnicity, and from their own city. I just can't say enough about what my kids do. So thank you for the opportunity to express what we do. Thank you, Ms. Vicky. Thank you very much for everything. And by the way, they come to the party too, so you'd be missing one, just saying. So if you have any questions or need any information, I'm who you want to talk to because we will take care of it and make it happen. I guarantee it. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Don't go yet, Elizabeth.
Dr. White.
You talked about your Dia de los Muertos festivity. When is it?
It is November 2nd.
November 2nd.
And I think I passed a flyer out somewhere. It is November. Oh, good. She hasn't, yes.
And what time?
It's going to be from 1 to 4. That's if you don't want your face painted. If you want your face painted, it's going to be 11 to 1. And then from 1 to 4 is the actual, the painting, the sip and paint. Sorry, I had to say sip because that's what it's called. But you can have a soda. You don't have to have a sip. Yes, it's going to be at that time. And we're going to have music, and we're going to have the comida, and we're going to have panecitos. And I want it to be cultural. I want not just for fundraising, but I do believe, and I'm going to say this, and I'm probably going to, glad there's no Elks here. I believe that in outside organizations, I think cultural values are important to be witnessed and to be experienced. And I can't say that enough. I'm very proud of my culture, and I adore everybody, we're all good, but I am very proud of my culture. And so, yes, Dr. Wyatt, I hope that we see you there.
Well, I'll get my face painted if Ronnie does. How's that?
Oh, well.
So I'll put that out to him if he's watching right now. So, and I'll say this: Ronnie's a cutie, but he's a skinny Santa. I don't know. So.
Well, I fixed that though. I did. I found a kid.
You
that
fattened
has
him
a
up
little
at that time?
pancita.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
All
I
that
do
comida then
a
is
lot
what's
of comida
happening
too.
then.
Yes,
All right.
it's like, come on, we got to get that going. Yes.
But no, thank you to all of you. Vicky, Leah, absolutely right. I know how much work you do as well. Just I go to church with Elizabeth. And that's
You do.
but,
We go to the same church, yes.
So obviously we're doing a lot of good things all over our community, and
Yes.
I will agree with you, Vicky. We are doing God's work. I'll just say it just
Amen.
like that, very
Amen.
simply. And my heart is very near and dear to our foster youth kids and our McKinney-Vento kids. I work with them every day, as you know, and I work with Miss Crawford for many, many years, still work with her every day, and all our folks. I heard Mars turn his name out there as well, and we got a great team over at county schools as well, but it's collaboration, how we work together on tackling this, and we do need to do more. I have a grand dream and vision for something. Hopefully someday it comes to fruition. We have a lot of work to do before then, but we have to do more. We need to do more. And, I know this board is dedicated to that, towards helping our kids that are unsheltered, and even the ones that are sheltered and double and tripled up. But we absolutely, I can't say it enough. We have to do more for our kids. That number, over 5,000 youth in our city, is a number none of us should be able to accept. Not even one child. Not even one child should be without a proper home. And I'm going to get too emotional talking about it, but thank you to the entire team. We really do appreciate it. You're such a blessing.
May I just share one more thing, one more fact? When we started this, we've been doing this program, the Santa Claus, I don't know what we call it, Christmas party. Yeah, Alice Christmas party. When we first started this about 10, 12 years ago, that's how long we've been in existence of doing this. We had 25 students. That's all we had the money for. But that's when you could spend 40, 50 bucks and you had everything you ever needed. Well, that's not the same thing. Just before COVID hit, we were up to 155 students that we were servicing. And I was on cloud 57. I was running around that place like I was a crazy lady because I was so excited. It was packed wall to wall, 300 plus people because we have dignitaries as well. When COVID hit, it really sucked the life out of me. It did not stop us. It did not stop us. We got together with our brains and we figured out how we can still make it happen. And we made it happen by doing a drive-through. You can walk through, and we still had their food. And it was the coolest thing because the families would take their hot meal and they wouldn't even wait to go wherever they were going to go to. They were in their car and they were so we'd go over there, hey, you want another plate? Yeah, oh, here you go. We made sure, and it was like Thanksgiving stuff, like turkey and everything else. So my dream, speaking of dreams, Dr. Wyatt, my dream, and I know I'm crazy, but I'm going to say it anyway. My dream is to fulfill every one of those 5,000 students' dreams of wishes for Christmas. Can I do it? Am I going to keep trying? Absolutely. Absolutely, I'm going to keep trying. So this year, like I said, we're up to 80 for sure. If I get the funds from another agency that I very graciously asked for, we might be able to get to 100 at least. And that's for me after last year, because it wasn't that bad last year, but I want the number to grow every year. Let's just handle it. Let's get these kids, let's get them happy. Let them know that we care about them. Let's get them a jacket. Let's get them some socks. Let's get them that book that they want. We even had a student, one student that asked specifically for a Bible. Well, I went out there and got that prettiest little Bible for an elementary school kid because that's what she wanted. And the last story that I have to tell you, and this was, I think it was last year. It's the last story. I'm sorry. I have all kinds of them. Last year, a student asked on his wish list, because they're the ones that come up with the wish list. We collaborate together, but they print them out. They take care of all of that stuff. I just go work. This young man asked, he says, we said, what would you like? What do you want for Christmas and what do you need for Christmas? And he said, on both parts, he said, I just want to be able to have snacks when I'm off of school. I was like, okay, that's it. Let me get my tissues. And so we had that family so full of snacks, fruits, and you name it, and anything that I could think of healthy. He was a happy little boy. That's what we have to do. We have to fulfill those dreams. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know where we're going to get the funds, but we have to fulfill those dreams because those kids have no one else but you guys to rely on. They have their families, but ultimately, and if I can have a small fraction of time to help that, I'm in. I'm in it. I'm in it to win it. So I just had to share that story.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And just so you know, I sent your picture to my wife. She said, I was just thinking about her, and don't forget about the fundraiser at the Elks Lodge. She told me that. And I'm not going to lie, because God's watching, I forgot. So thank you for the reminder.
That's okay. You're busy. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Tillman?
Question for you. So the organization, is it a nonprofit?
Yes. Elks Lodge, yes.
And have you submitted to us for a sponsorship?
I'll get that to you tomorrow. I'll be here in person.
Because you guys are servicing our kids.
I would. So, Mr. Tillman, may I just go to, where's your office?
No, right
So,
there.
Karen?
Yeah, Karen.
Those two
Miss
over there.
Cunningham, lady, hi. We're going to be buddies.
Then the
I got a
request
letter
for,
for you.
same thing for the Salvation Army. Put a request in, because you guys are servicing our kids. We can do a sponsorship.
Thank you for the reminder,
I appreciate that.
Mr.
Thank you.
Tillman. And then the grant through Miss Crawford as well, because I know myself and Dr. English both wrote one. So there's plenty of money there too.
So I really dislike you, Mr. Tillman. You stole my thunder when she was asking for, the ticket. I was like, well, are you asking for a sponsorship?
Well, I was giving you information of what we do for our students, our children. But hey, if that's how you wanted to interpret that, Ms. Ceballos, I support that.
Well, thank you so much, Miss. So make sure that before you leave, Miss Cunningham has your information, and she'll be sending an email, the link of what we need
Hi, Ms. Cunningham.
to be submitted.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to you.
Okay, so I've been told I need to speed it up a little bit.
Oh, man.
Not because of you, Liz. Promise. Okay, so I did want to go because some of our information is on the sense of belonging. So it's at the core. At its core, sense of belonging in a school context refers to a student's feeling accepted, respected, included, and connected to others in the school community. In many ways, it's a fundamental human need to feel we matter, that we are a part of something larger than ourselves. When students feel they belong, they are more likely to engage, to persist, to ask questions, to participate, and these behaviors directly support learning. For students in foster care and homeless situations, feeling connected to school is even more important to their success. These students often experience instability, trauma, transitions, and disconnection. For them, belonging isn't just beneficial, it may be transformative. Belonging supports engagement and attendance, two things that our students struggle with due to high mobility, lack of transportation, and unstable housing or placement. A student who feels, I belong, I matter, they expect me here, is more likely to show up and engage. Belonging is associated with fewer negative behaviors, higher self-efficacy, and better social emotional health. For students facing homelessness, these protections are particularly important. A central focus of our work in Atlas is fostering a strong sense of belonging among our students. In the next part of our presentation, we'll share how we bring this to life. Having a single caring adult who provides an authentic and meaningful relationship can be a profound source of stability and hope for students in foster care and homeless situations and contribute to a sense of belonging. These young people often face significant emotional and social challenges, including trauma, uncertainty, and frequent changes in their living environments. In such a context, the presence of one trusted adult who genuinely cares can offer a critical anchor, someone who listens without judgment, offers consistent support, and believes in the student's potential. This kind of relationship helps build trust, which is often fragile or broken due to past experiences. An authentic connection with a caring adult provides a safe space for these students to express their feelings and fears, fostering emotional resilience. This relationship can also serve as a bridge to other opportunities and resources such as academic support, extracurricular activities, and mental health services, which might otherwise be out of reach. For students facing the instability of foster care or homelessness, knowing there is someone who sees them as more than their circumstances can motivate them to persevere and envision a brighter future. Ultimately, the impact of a meaningful relationship with a caring adult goes beyond immediate support. It can shape a student's self-worth, sense of belonging, and belief in their own agency. It underscores the human need for connection and affirmation, which is especially vital for those navigating the complexities of foster care or homelessness. Such relationships can be cornerstones in helping these young people not just survive, but thrive in their academic and personal lives. Our liaisons and certificated support team have consistently supported schools as a single point of contact and case manager. Each school also has at least one designated single point of contact for these students and their families, usually a counselor, who also works with our team for professional development opportunities and is a partner for accessing supports and services. At this time, I'd like to introduce one of our team members, our program specialist, Sonia Esparza. She's successfully done this work both at the site and now at the district office level. Ms. Sonia.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Esparza, and I serve as the program specialist for specialized programs. Before stepping into this role, I worked as a school counselor at Indian Springs High School, where I had the privilege of establishing Hearts at our campus with the support and collaboration of Talise Ostrinsky. In 2019, when we started with a small group called Life Club, and after COVID, it transitioned to Hearts. Leading these programs was an invaluable experience. It allowed me to build strong connections with our focus students, work closely with our community partners, and deepen my understanding of how to best support our Hearts students. It remains one of my greatest highlights of my career. In my current role, I have the opportunity to support Hearts, Ignite, and Elite across multiple school sites. Our mission is to create a safe and empowering space where students can strengthen their sense of community and develop their leadership skills. We collaborate with local organizations to provide meaningful and enrichment experiences, including financial literacy workshops with ThinkWise, mental health resources with Victor Community, healthy relationships education with Partners Against Violence, and college readiness programs such as Guardian Scholars with EOPS Care at San Bernardino Valley College, and Renaissance Scholars and EOP at Cal State San Bernardino, where we've taken our students on field trips. One of the most impactful aspects of this work has been collaborating with our school counselors, community outreach workers, CalSafe team, and our Atlas team. I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of them for their dedication, compassion, and willingness to take on this journey with us. Your commitment to establish and running Hearts, Ignite, and Elite at your school site truly makes these programs possible. We couldn't do it without you. We currently have Hearts at all high schools, and Ignite at 4 middle schools, and Elite at 8 elementary schools. We also take great pride in celebrating our students' milestones, birthdays, holidays, and graduations, recognizing that every success, big or small, deserves to be honored. Having fun and enjoying our time together is always a priority. As we know, the joy and connections are all at the heart of building strong, supported communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
And up next is Talise Ostrinsky.
Good evening, board. I know it's getting late. I'm going to try and go quickly. My colleague here kind of
already spoke to many of the points I was going to touch on, but I will start. My name is Talisa Ostrinsky, and I have been an Atlas liaison for over 18 years. I started this job back in 2007, and it was just Vicki Lee and I. We faced huge caseloads, like she already mentioned, and we had very few resources, no big team, not a lot of funding, but we did have a passion and belief that each kid, every child deserved a stable, supportive education. The partnerships that we have created over the years, and you can see the partnerships in the Salvation Army and with Liz Cruz, those are just a couple. We have made partnerships around the county. Our County Office of Education is a huge partner of ours. We are so grateful for the support of this amazing school district that gives us the latitude, and the director and our assistant superintendent that gives us the I can't think of the word, the support to do what we need to do in order to get these kids to school. I couldn't have imagined the difference we'd make with the dedicated, oh well, let me go back. Nearly 2 decades later, our work has evolved. Our team has grown, and I'm so super grateful for that. Our heart remains the same, and oh my gosh, you know I'm all screwed up because I'm trying to rush through. That's okay. I'm grateful for the team that we have now because we are able to not just grease the squeaky wheel. We can actually make an impact on school sites. We went from having, I can't even imagine, we had 74 schools, half and half, so now I have 9. So I'm able to go and be present on campus. I'm able to make contact with students. I'm able to make more contact with staff and be present for them so that if they have questions, if they have needs, we can answer them. We can be available to them. I've witnessed our students with extraordinary resilience. They show up carrying anxiety, uncertainty, and dreams in their backpacks. They come to school each day just looking for a safe place to be a kid. A desk with their name on it, their best friend in the playground, that teacher that brings a smile to their face. Our students who live in really uncertain situations, they don't know where they'll stay from day to day, but they still come to school. They're still there. Some of our students, some of our McKinney-Vento and foster youth have experienced more transitions than any of us will experience in a lifetime. We've seen students change schools. I just had one today that we were talking about. That change has been to 4 different schools this school year. We work to keep them stable. Our role, my and our role, is to walk alongside them, advocating and removing barriers to see their educational success. We've delivered clothes, shoes, school supplies to every place you can imagine. We've sat in courtrooms with students hoping to get back into foster care or hoping to exit foster care. I personally sat on park benches during the pandemic, working with families trying to navigate online learning with one of the Wi-Fi's, you know? Yes, a learning device. Above all, we are there to sit and listen when things can be so uncertain. Reminding each of them, you matter, you belong here, your past does not define your future. The most powerful moments that I experience are not in meetings or creating policies or following policies. They're when we show up with compassion without judgment. While my title is a liaison, I'm a fighter for opportunities, for dignity, and for success. Our students are more than their situations. They are future doctors, teachers, artists, firefighters, parents, leaders. Their resilience is real, but it shouldn't be a prerequisite for their success. No young person should have to overcome unimaginable barriers just to access education, stability, and a chance to thrive. We need to continue utilizing trauma-informed systems that heal and policies rooted in compassion, not just compliance. Education isn't just in classrooms. It's when a child can focus on learning instead of just surviving, where they can grow, dream, and belong. This is where our Hearts, Ignite, and elite programs come in, and I'm so grateful that we have these. These groups provide connection that empowers our students to thrive. They look forward to coming to school. They belong. With that connection, we've been able to offer opportunities that elevate the voices of those students. I have been fortunate with the support of our school district and the County Office of Education to take several of these young people to state conferences for homeless and foster youth. These opportunities not only provide them with a seat at the table, but empowers them to advocate for their needs and become leaders in shaping the systems that serve them. Their lived experiences bring essential perspectives that too often go unheard. It is our responsibility to ensure that they are included, respected, and heard. The youth have a saying, nothing about us without us, right? Nothing about us without us. And that's exactly what happens there. Many of my kids are now adults in college, in careers, raising their own families, not perfect, but building lives full of promise that a few short years ago seemed a world away. I'm so proud when they reach out to celebrate their milestones, and I treasure those ongoing relationships. This work isn't glamorous. It's often invisible, and I'm okay with that. However, some days the challenges feel overwhelming and I can feel defeated. Then comes in a student celebrating raising a grade, or a parent that calls and say they finally got that permanent housing they'd been waiting on, or a staff member that says, thank you for your help. It makes a difference. All of those things re-energize me and help me to wipe away some of the sad stuff. Our students deserve more than just to make it out. They deserve to live the life that they've imagined. So today I say thank you to our caring school board for your leadership and commitment to policies designed for care, to our amazing manager, Angela, for your guidance, encouragement, and for the heart for the work that we do, and to our awesome assistant superintendent, Dr. Sandra Rodriguez, for your unwavering support and vision. Thank you. Together, we've built a foundation of hope and opportunity for students facing unimaginable challenges. Oh, gotta flip the page. I apologize. So, lastly, to the students I've gotten to walk alongside, you are my why. You've taught me more about resilience and courage than any training ever could. You matter. 18 years in, I'm still here. Not because our youth needs superheroes, but because they need us to be consistent, hopeful, and committed. The challenges are going to persist, but so does our resolve to advocate, support, and uplift these remarkable young people. They need consistency, they need dignity, and they need us. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'm going to try and get through this a little faster. So you heard a little bit about our Hearts and our Ignite and our Elite programs, and what these are: supports for our students in foster care and homeless situations. They're programs that we have just for them to feel connected, to feel as they belong. We have them at all of our high schools, 4 of our middle schools currently, and 6 of our elementary schools. Mr. Wolbert, the principal at Urbita, he was the first person to start Elite for his students, and he has shared some information. I won't read it, but it's about how much these programs, the support, has increased his student data, his attendance, decreased behaviors, kids want to come to school. And then the counselor at Del Vallejo, similar statements about how much this program has provided a sense of belonging, connectedness. Kids want to come to school. They feel seen, they feel heard, and they feel supported. And that is her statement of affirmation as well. Mr. Jason Johnson was a counselor at Indian Springs. He provided a video with his statement of how much the program meant to him and his students as well. But for the sake of time, I think we'll go ahead and just keep going. And then we have student voice, again, protecting privacy, but wanting to share with you how much these programs at the schools mean to your students. It makes them want to come to school. It makes them feel seen and heard. And the little girl on the left sharing that even in a world that can be sometimes cruel, she gets to participate in and enjoy those kinds of opportunities that are afforded to her because she comes here. And then we have another statement from Dr. Villapando. He had an elite program at Bing Wong. He provided an audio statement about the impact of that. And then I did want to kind of go over this because I know this has been asked before, but school stability really impacts sense of belonging, right? So we have students that are in foster care and homeless situations that they face a high mobility. So what I wanted to share with you was that these are permits to remain in their school of origin. So in 2023, 2024, we had 286 students who had a permit. And staying in their school of origin means that they have moved out of their school boundaries or out of the district boundaries, right? But they are entitled by law to stay in their school of origin, and that is to promote the stability for that child. So we had 253 last year, and this year alone we have up to 213. And what that means is that we have to link with transportation, who is absolutely phenomenal. The leadership and the support that we receive in ensuring that our students get to where they need to go, especially with School of Origin. This entire team could tell you, we don't know what we would do without our transportation department. So Mr. Komnick, thank you so much. Your team is amazing. So not only do we utilize district and city buses, but we also contract with Hop Skip Drive, which is similar to an Uber for students. And I just want to share that because of the quality of our schools and the authenticity and relationships and connections that students have with the adults and their peers, many of our students choose to remain here in this district when their living situation moves them beyond the school and district boundaries. So just in this past year, this vital service alone with Hop Skip Drive has provided students transportation to and from school from locations such as the Salvation Army, Rialto School District, Fontana School District, Colton, Ontario, Riverside, Redlands, Apple Valley, and San Dimas and Hesperia. So our kids are traveling to and from school in those long distances because they want to be here. So I appreciate that, and I thank you for providing that for our students. Just a little data from our panorama survey on sense of belonging. Year over year for district as a whole went up 2 points, but for our homeless youth, they went up 3 points, and for our foster youth, 4 points, which we feel is significant because traditionally, historically, those subgroups actually have lower sense of belonging. So to see that they are beating the district average shows that what we're doing is making an impact. And then this is for our high schools, and the reason I am showing just that is because we've had our programs at the high schools for the longest. So where all of our high school students have 3-point gain, our homeless youth have a 4-point gain, and our foster youth a 5-point gain. And I did want to share, we have had historically a partnership with SBTA and Child Welfare Fund. We do a Thanksgiving drive every year. And our partnership with SBTA has every year given us about $6,000, where we then purchase Thanksgiving meals for our families. So I really want to honor that collaboration. The leadership and members have been extremely generous and are always so willing to support our students and our families. And then we have the Child Welfare Fund, which is a nonprofit that's supported entirely by employee donations. And they provide assistance year-round for students and families that are experiencing a hardship, need basic needs, utilities. But again, it's that partnership that we can consistently rely on. And here's our fundraiser information, Miss Liz. So it's an old flyer, I think, but we have a few upcoming events I did want to share with you. So November 20th and 21st, we're working with Community Action Partnership to provide a food drive for our students and families. And then you have November 23rd, Miss Liz and her Antlers are hosting many of our Atlas families at the Elks Lodge for a special Thanksgiving dinner. And on December 20th, Miss Liz and her Antlers will be hosting our families at a Christmas celebration at the Elks Lodge. All year long, she works with her Antlers to support with fundraising efforts to ensure they make special moments and memories for our students and families. One such fundraiser is on Sunday, November 2nd. If it's something you'd like to participate in, most of our team will be there and we would absolutely love to see you. And then on March 6th, we will be holding our annual resource fair for our CalSafe students. This provides resources, information, and support on community and district resources available to our students who are pregnant and parenting. And then in May, we will proudly host our annual rose ceremony, which many of you have been to, which is a heartfelt and meaningful event honoring our graduating seniors, which allows them to provide recognition and thanks to those that have supported them along on their journey to graduation. And I want to thank you all so much. I know it's late. We had a lot to say, so thank you. I really appreciate your leadership and your support.
Thank you so much, Ms. Medina.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. I remember being a parent and going to the office of Mr. Omar Serna, and meeting Talise and Vicky there and seeing the hard work with I remember the shoes that they would have for children and them expressing all the issues that they were going through or needed actual support. So thank you so much for the hard work you both have been doing. And the whole team as well, Angela, of course, the way they highly express the work that you're also helping expanding the team. I have little pet peeves when it comes to foster care and the fact that a lot of students, you would see that the reason why some students are moved four times within a school year is because honestly, I'm not really a big fan of foster parents or guardians, I would say. They choose to call, well, I don't want this child no more. And then the child goes to another home. And it's a terrible thing. So I guess one of my things is, like I said, I have no sympathy for foster parents. But I do notice when it comes to the foster youth, a lot of times they're either in a program when they were younger and they don't know about the resources when they're older. How are you able to tell the students when they're younger that they're able to apply for certain services when they're older?
Are you talking about services through children and family services or at the school district?
I'm talking about the school district, and I'm glad you asked that because then I was kind of de-escalate a little bit. What happens a lot is that a student are in the foster care when they're younger, and so they phase out of it, but it doesn't mean that there weren't issues. So then what happens to those students that don't know, how there's individuals that know that there's resources out there, but a lot of students don't realize that there are, after the age of 18, a lot of opportunities for them. I guess that's one of my questions. What are the resources available for them? How are we communicating that to the students themselves?
So we have the Hearts program at the high schools, and during those meetings, we provide the information on their educational rights, the resources, and the services that they're entitled to. As Talise mentioned, we do bring in
speakers from the colleges. We bring in speakers from ILP to let them know. We work with their social workers to make sure that all of the information that the social workers are supposed to be providing to them is indeed happening. And then the case managers at each of the school sites, like was on that slide, they are the single point of contact. And then we have the counselors at all of the high schools that are single point of contact for our foster and homeless that get the professional development with the information and resources to provide all of that to the students.
I appreciate that. And then I also noticed that there's 5,000 homeless, and yet we have, I noticed individuals in charge of these school sites. That's almost like 700 per person. How are they able to provide, I guess, that attention that students need themselves?
So again, with the hearts and the single point of contact at the high schools, but we also build the capacity. So we provide professional development. There is a mandatory state training that all of our staff are supposed to be taking that we provide. And then we do print out every single week school lists of all of our foster and homeless. And all of our case managers get them, the principals get them, the counselors get them, and we work together to be able to, provide the supports and services for each of those students.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
okay.
Just wanted to add, with the Hearts program that is at the high schools, it is not just an exclusive group. It's really open. So there are students who have friends that, because like you had mentioned, is that maybe there was a child who was in foster care when they were in elementary school and they're no longer in foster care, but they identify as having those needs. The program is open enough that there's allies that come in, that support. I've never seen anybody get denied, entry. They bring friends because they're trying to build community. And so, that's something that's really very, very nice to see. So I just wanted to also add that.
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Thank you. Wanted to say, wonderful job. This is close to my heart. I was in and out of foster care. I was homeless. I've lived in a garage. I've lived in a car as a child. I was permanently in the system, in and out of foster care. I mean, group homes, foster homes, McLaren Hall. I don't recommend that for anyone. I've been in a group home till I aged out of the system. So the work you do is awesome. When I first spoke to Angela and found out that we do this at the district, I didn't know it as a parent, but I learned it one of the first few months that I was on here. So it's great work. I love the work, and trust me, though, those kids, as I was one of those kids, give it many, many, many years ago. It's great work. Also wanted, for the homeless students, the fact, because I work with kids going to college now, and being able, I love the fact, because it was a question I was going to ask, but it was answered, for students who aren't technically in the foster care system, but we can identify them as independent, which is great. And my thing is, I wish all these kids could go to college, because I'm like, it's 4 more years of housing. I know independent living programs exist and all of these other things, but I'm a deep believer that if they can figure out a way to go to college and get a career, and it changes their life, and they sit on a school board 1 year, one day, it's amazing. So again, thank you for the amazing work you do. It honestly, it is something that is deep in my heart. So thank you.
Mrs. Alexander.
I echo my colleagues' comments. Thank you for all the hard work that you do. You definitely are an unsung hero. It's a issue that is an epidemic here, and we appreciate the work that you do. It's the way you explain it. It's definitely a work of passion. The number of homelessness in terms of who we have and who we've identified. Definitely when you started with the number you started with 20 years ago that you shared to where we are now, I'm just curious to know, how do we stay on top of it? Because the number, even when I look at the percentages, it seems to be growing, unfortunately. So what you've done is amazing, but how do we, or what should we do in terms of to address the growth, in terms of the wraparound services, like you explained it, the partners that are here, thank you. But I'm just curious to know, like, what thoughts you put into just how do we address that?
Oh, our community partners are invaluable, absolutely. But I also know that we're doing the community schools. We have the wellness centers. We have family engagement that supports with our Choose. We collaborate, it's not just us. We collaborate with people at the sites, other departments, our community supports. But to say that we're even probably reaching all of those students, absolutely not. And to say we're accurately identifying all of them due to the fact that we rely on self-identification, absolutely not. Because they're scared oftentimes that if they share that they're in this situation that Children Protective Services are going to get called, or they're going to get in trouble. So that's why we do what we do, how we do it, because those relationships, that trust is so important for them to be able to share. But I can tell you that it is a challenge to be able to provide everything we need to provide, especially with all the cuts happening, not just within the district, but county, state, federal, right? Our community resources are getting cut, grants are getting cut. So all of us working together is the only way we're going to solve any of this problems. So
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I have one question, then I'll make a couple of comments before we move on. The question that I had is very simple. On your page where you were talking about the transportation that you provide, I was just curious to see or to hear how many of those students are high school opposed to middle school opposed to elementary students? Are the majority high school students, or how does that?
that's a great question. I can get that information to you.
That would be great. It just out of curiosity, because as you were saying, I'm a visual learner, so a lot of things I'm imagining as you're speaking, and I was thinking, I wonder if those are elementary students that are traveling from all the way from, by themselves, from Apple Valley or Hesperia or wherever they're, coming from. So
I can tell you, I'll give you the exact numbers, but I can tell you most of our kiddos in those situations, those are usually your students who are in high school. They want to finish with their peers, right? They, through no fault of their own, they got their group home closed down. They got moved to a different foster home. They became homeless, and they want to be able to graduate with their friends and celebrate with their teachers. So the majority of those coming from those kinds of distances are your high school students, but I will definitely get you those numbers.
And that's what I suspected, but I was just curious. Again, I just want to say thank you so much for the work that you do. I think that all of us, Mr. Santos, did you turn your light on again? Oh, sorry. Sorry, got distracted. I think some of us up here have, in some shape, form, experienced some of the circumstances that some of our students have gone through. I myself have not been through the foster system, thankfully. I think my mom was able to shield us, me and my brother, from really getting the full effect. But we experienced homelessness. We experienced, earlier you talked about a student just this year attending 4 different schools. And I was thinking to myself, by the time I was 10 years old, I had attended over 10 schools, and I thought that was a lot, right? And I thought, man, that created a lot of issues and a lot of anxiety that I had to then deal through and work through over the years. So I can only imagine. So thank you so much for the work that you do. You guys are small but mighty. That definitely shows. And I did have another follow-up question, actually, to what Ms. Medina, I think, mentioned earlier in terms of your program specialists or folks that support. I heard a number of about 700, right? And I was thinking about other programs that we have to support other of our vulnerable populations. For example, students with disabilities, right? We have a whole CELPA department, and we have, case carriers, right, that provide academic supports. In addition to other things, we have our English learner, multilingual department that in some ways serves similarly, right? We have recently established our TIP policy for African American students who are also working to grow and expand, right? Who are also my understanding of it's they're kind of functioning very similarly in terms of case management and how students are being assigned to a case manager to provide that level of support. And so one of the things that I didn't see here was that academic piece and academic component, right? I saw a lot of other types of support that are equally important, if not more, in some of these cases. But I really want to make sure that we keep that in mind as we move forward, because maybe we should be looking into providing some more support and resources for this particular department, in the sense of being able to provide a case carrier or similar case carrier type of program as many of these other impacted populations that we have within our district, EL, African American and special education students. And so I just kind of want to throw that out there for the board as well. How can we begin to also focus a little bit more of our attention and our resources to bring to par this department with what the other group of students are receiving as well. So just want to throw that out there. Let us know, right? And I think that was it. Mr. Santos? Is it Ms. Alexander first? No, you made your comment and I had never turned off your light.
Well, I second your motion. That isn't a motion, but your thought. I was going to bring a little bit of that, but yeah, that definitely that. But the other thing is, as I was talking to Dr. Wyatt here, homelessness. We live in a time where homelessness, and it gets under my skin. We demonize it. We act like it's the drug user, the alcohol. No, it's families. It's people who are paycheck away, who are laid off, and their children. So thank you for your work, but I just wanted to put that in the ether that sometimes we demonize homelessness, and it's a lot of good people who are out there. I was homeless as a teenager when I aged out the system, right? How people view you has an effect. I am 5'11", maybe 5'10 3/4, but we'll call it 5'11". But at some point I was 120 pounds. So the way people looked at me is like, oh, he's on drugs. He's on something. No, I haven't eaten. And I just make that it's more of a, but thank you for your work, because sometimes we demonize homelessness, and we got to remember that these are families, children, and the resources and the things you do, and hopefully us as a board and as a district can do more. But thank you.
Just wanted to make one comment. The work that is done from this team is, again, work of passion, right? But the resources, it's a relay, it's teamwork. This work gets done because there's communication, because we're not working in silos. They're working with MTSS, TOSAs, they're working with our counselor team, they're working with Swiss, they're working with PYD. They have caseloads, but the work that they do is very specialized. They're providing resources and referrals for homelessness and foster care. If we can remove those barriers, then kids can learn in the classrooms. And so being able to support the teachers with the information that they need on how they can support, and then working with our teacher unions, again, so that they're giving back to students. It's really about coordination of work. And so I'm not ever gonna be somebody that is gonna say, we don't want extra help. Of course we do. But we're very purposeful in making sure that this work is done collaboratively. That is really the crust of it, because we can all do what everybody else is doing, and then it's just a duplication of work. And so we want to make sure that we're complementing the work. They're not teachers. We're not teachers. We're not in the classroom. We provide a special program, a special service that other people can't provide. And so I just wanted to make note of that we're not here today asking for anything. We want to be able to highlight the great things that are happening, the partnerships that we have. Our partners need help, but the work that we do, it is growing, but it's also stretching us to be more collaborative with our different divisions and the different departments in order to do what we need to do to get kids to be successful. At the root of our work is we remove barriers so students can thrive academically, social emotionally, and as a citizen. And so again, it takes the work of all of us, and it can't just be one team, and we rely on that. So I just wanted to say that, because it's not about necessarily adding more people, it's about coordinating our efforts together. It's a relay. And so I appreciate, everybody here. I see them every single day. I walk through their department to get to my office. They're always on the phone. They're always going that extra mile, and you're never going to hear about what they do. You're never going to hear them taking kids to go to college because they don't have parents that will take them there. You're not going to hear how people are donating so that they have furniture in the dorm. You're never going to hear about how they're taking care of a baby while somebody's car is overheating and that's the home that they have to live in. Or a baby that's just been delivered in a car with no air conditioning, stuck on the side of the road. They're out there, and they provide the service, and they do it with grace, with dignity, with honor, and they do it with dignity and respect of a person. Because at the end of the day, that's what we serve. We serve people. We don't serve numbers. We don't serve subgroups. We serve people with a story, and our job is to connect with them. So I thank you, and I'm so proud of the work that they do every single day.
Thank you. Mrs. Alexander?
It's just a question for Sandra. So how big is the department? How many employees do you have in that department?
Angela, how many employees do we have? Most of them are here. They're all mostly here. The department has grown. We're still missing some folks. But again, the work that they do they work with the parent volunteer workers. They work with our community resource workers. They work with our counselors. They work with our mental health providers. So they replicate themselves by being able to provide the training and also being able to say, you know what, this is your expertise. Let's get, the counselor can make sure that you're A through G. They're not doing that. They are connecting the resource because we have people out there within the district whose job it is. And so they're working to coordinate those efforts.
Just so for clarity, it's homelessness, CalSafe, and foster youth.
Foster youth and the California Healthy Youth Act. So we have 4 programs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention there are good foster parents out there. Not everyone is bad.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for making those additional comments. I know that we have had conversations, or I have made comments in the past in regards to making sure that we are working, together and not duplicating services. So I really do appreciate that comment and that point that you've made. Thank you again so much.
And just to Ms. Medina, I didn't mean to oversimplify and act as though everything about foster care is great. I wasn't trying to say it at all. I actually worked at the county, so for a little while I took over PID, which is Program Integrity, and that unit would have to investigate a death that was associated with a child, associated with abuse. And I would never attend that part of the meeting. So I know there's all kind of bad things that happen, whether with the parent and the foster care and everything in between. So I understand how complicated it gets and how tragic it can get. I realize that. So I'm not going to oversimplify. I was just talking about the one simple instance of resources being available if you happen to be identified as foster. But because I've seen just horrible things that are done to young people, I have a huge appreciation for the work that you all do. It's just amazing to me. So that's just another aspect of it. It's not just here in the school district. What happens to those students, we didn't do it. But the blessing is that we have the ability to mitigate some of the stuff they're going through. And that's what it's all about for us, just working it out. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to 9.0 board discussion, 9.1 SBVC Foundation's 100-year anniversary gala sponsorship. And the sponsorship forms are attached here. So at this point, I'll just open up the conversation to discuss possible sponsorship for this event.
President Ceballos, sorry, I should have put on my light. There we go. I can't remember what the levels were. Do we have the flyer? Is it on there?
They're attached. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me take a look.
Yes, it's in there.
Let me see. Oh, well, there's some big ones on there.
Yeah.
I don't expect us to do that.
Did you want to make a comment, or do you want me to come back? I have Ms. Medina on there.
No, I'm sorry. If Ms. Medina has a what do you call it, a motion, then.
I don't have a motion.
Do you?
Not yet, but
okay.
I could.
You know, and then I'll make my comment then while I have the floor. You know, this is, for us, it's going to be a once-in-a-lifetime event. Obviously, we'll never see this again for any of us, probably not even our children. And I believe it's one of the strongest and closest partnerships and collaborations we have in our district. And, you know, many of our kids go directly to Valley College and then on to Cal State San Bernardino. And what a wonderful opportunity to keep our kids right here in our city. For both the higher education institutions. And, you know, I am going to recommend a silver sponsorship, the $10,000. And that's, I'll just leave it at that and see what the rest of the board says. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Ms. Medina?
Well, I think the last time that we supported them, it was for 5,000, but I understand what you're trying to say because it's 100th. I do support that we would give them a sponsorship. 10,000 may be a little high for me, but I was trying to look at just matching what we did last time around. And this is, at the end of the day, a lot of the funding do help our students that end up going to Valley College. And, you know, as Mr. Tillman had mentioned in the past, you know, not all students go straight to college, you know, for university, and this is a great avenue. And so many of those students are receiving support and help. So I do support that we would help this fundraiser or event.
Are there any more discussion?
I'm leaning more towards the 5,000, but if Dr. Wyatt has another motion for the 10,000, I probably would support it.
Okay, thank you. If nobody else has any comments, I'll make mine here as well. I appreciate San Bernardino Valley College and the work that they do. I'm actually an alumna from San Bernardino Valley College myself, and San Bernardino Valley College changed my life as the starting point and beginning institution. However, with that being said, I also wonder, does San Bernardino Valley College have their own budget to service their students? Once the students move from our district to San Bernardino Valley College, although they were once our students, now they become students of San Bernardino Valley College. And just like us, I'm assuming that they have, a budget to support students, in that capacity as a educational institution. So I'm not too sure, you know, what what the support necessarily would support with. So those are kind of just my comments. I see Mr. Tillman has his light on, so Mr. Tillman.
I actually I used to sit as a board member for the foundation, and they do have an endowment. So somebody gave them a large sum of money, and they operate with that, and they have a board that takes care of it. And I also agree that I'm thinking of it from perspective, because we do a lot of the dual enrollment, that maybe some of our current students will be impacted. But I just have a real concern about how much we give out. I'd be more comfortable with $5,000. I just think if we start doing the $10,000, it just seems substantial to me. So I would go along, make a motion that we donate $5,000.
All right, so we do have a motion for 5,000.
Would second that emotion, but what is, I maybe just for clarity, what would happen to the one that, the one Dr. White mentioned?
I don't know that he made a motion. Did you make a motion for 10,000?
Did you?
I don't remember if I did. I don't think I did. I just said
you
I'd
didn't?
open
Okay.
that and then
Oh,
go
okay.
from there, but
I thought you
I'm
were
happy with 5,000. I
5,000.
mean, I
Okay.
just want to start out there and then see what the board said, but you know, any level of support for Valley College, I think, is one, a wonderful gesture, and to continue our partnership. Thank you. And I would second that motion as well.
So I have a motion.
I second the motion.
Mr. Santos actually seconded.
Oh, he did?
before.
Oh, jeez.
So I'll let Mr. Santos have that one. And thank you, Mr. Tillman, for actually reminding us that we do have concurrent students at their campus as well. So we have a motion for 5,000 from Mr. Tillman, and then a second from Mr. Santos. Did you have, Dr. White, a comment?
Madam President, says we get one table with 8 guests. I just want to put my name on the list right now, that's all.
Duly noted. Vote, please. Motion carries. Moving on to 10.0 action items, 10.1 personnel report.
As presented.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote, please. Motion carries. 10.2 approval of 25-26 consolidated application and reporting systems car spring submission.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Ms. Medina. Vote, please. Motion carries. 10.3 transfer appropriations for the 25-26 fiscal year.
Moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Ms. Medina. Vote, please.
Ms. Medina?
Motion carries. 11.0 consent items, 11.1 approval of consent items.
So moved.
Second.
I'm assuming we don't have any to pull, do we? Okay, moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please. Motion carries. 13.0 reports and comments, 13.1 report, board members. I'm going to go ahead and start to my right with Mrs. Alexander.
Excuse me, Board President.
Oh, sorry.
You didn't do 12.1.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. 12.0 reports and comments by union organizations, 12.1 San Bernardino Teachers Association.
No report.
12.2 California School Employees Association.
No report.
12.3 Communication Workers of America.
No report.
12.4 San Bernardino School Police Officers
And
Association.
no report.
Thank you. 13.0 Mrs. Alexander.
Thank you. So just a couple items, updates. I would like to congratulate the city for their State of the City. It was a great event in terms of just, I think, just the opportunity to kind of hear what we have accomplished as a city and some of the projects that are on the horizon. They did highlight our school district, so wanted to just say thank you. And then I also attended Musical Motown along with many of us that are sitting here in the dais, and that was by Arrowhead United Way. I thought it was a great event, but most importantly, the impact that in terms of the outcomes, you know, in terms of the being able to address hunger and being able to address just the students of need for Valley College. So great job to Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers and her staff. This past weekend, I had an opportunity to attend my alma mater, UC Santa Barbara. I got to be a speaker along with some other alumni, and it was called Greek Connect, and it was a great opportunity just to showcase just, you know, where I've been, but really it was all about, the title was Adaptability and Resiliency, which coincidentally, when I graduated, our title of our graduation was Resiliency Unleashed. So it was definitely good to be back, but also to be able to connect with a lot of students that are either freshmen all the way to seniors. And it was an opportunity for them to connect and meet other alumni in different industries. So they had industry breakout rooms. I did tell them I was a school board member for San Bernardino City Unified School District, so I put it on the map for them. So it was just awesome just to be there. That was a Sunday, and my husband went with me, so I want to say thank you. Also wanted to put on everybody's minds, don't forget about the San Bernardino Turkey Trot. That is on November 22nd, and I'm not asking for a sponsorship, but I will let you know that we have collaborated with Assistance League and Cal Safe. Last year, we collected books for our teenage moms for the Cal Safe program, and we will continue that this year, along with whatever other needs that Ms. Yokides might identify for us to collaborate with her on. So I just wanted to put it out there that we're doing that. And San Bernardino Turkey Trot is at Cal State San Bernardino. And it's our first year there, but this is our 11th year having it. Historically, we've had it at the airport. And we also bring in students from the district that have participated over the years. Middle College High School has a track team that has been participating with us for the past 9 years for sure. So just wanted to put it out there to the community and invite everybody here on the board to participate. It's fun. It's a 5K, 10K walk. A couple of things. I want to congratulate the students that came here from Macoma. They did a great job of just talking about the program, but I was just curious, how does that tie into what we're doing? Because I did hear a school mentioned, but I wasn't sure how that ties into our current program versus what's being done at Acoma. I mean, definitely what was being addressed in the program that was shared was impressive. I know that we have our own student wellness program, so I'm just curious to know, just as a Friday update, just to kind of connect the dots. And then the other one is in reference to our homelessness and our foster youth. I'm just curious to know what policies we have around our support systems, or how we go about addressing it from a policy standpoint, because what I noticed, that 5,000 number resonates. So the number is growing. We can't control that. But what we can possibly do is make sure we have some type of policy around how we support a situation like that, and or what we need to do. So I'm just curious if we can pull the policies, if we have one or two, or if we don't have them, what do we have? So to address it, I think it's an epidemic, and that's it.
Thank you so much. Just a quick question for your turkey trot. Do you have a website or?
SBTurkeyTrot.com.
Awesome. Thank you. Ms. Medina?
Yes, definitely. Thank you, because I actually had a question regarding the coma, and I actually liked the fact that they're able to drive around and look at the differences, but I'm also wondering if that's an opportunity for the city to also look at the resources or opportunities for them to kind of even reflect the differences between areas. A lot of times we, as in the school site, can only control what we have within our sites, but it doesn't take away from what happens within the neighborhood. So that was really interesting for me to kind of hear that perspective, and coming from students as well. I do want to also again say that not all foster parents, there is many great foster parents out there. The challenges is working with students who come from areas where they need extra support. So I just wanted to reiterate that again. I do want to acknowledge that, and I was awarded for the IE Prism Collective. It was for the Pride Guard, but I take this more as a district award, because we have been pioneers, I think. Well, not pioneers, it's just at the time that we're in, we have been pushing regardless of what the environment has been. And so I just want to say that that award, I also take it back as a school district achievement. So that was really nice for IE Prism Collective to honor us during I consider us during the Lavender Gala this past Saturday. And that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Yes, was able to attend a cross-country meet that the after-school programs put on. It was a great event. All the middle schools were there. I want to say thank you to Mr. Guerrero at Curtis. It was held at Curtis Middle School, and then all the other principals, including the one from Richardson. I think her name is Miss Cabanas, because Richardson won first place for boys and girls. But it was just great to see that many students there with parents and family out there to support their students. Just a great program. Just a great use of the after-school program and the funding to encourage students to do healthy stuff. And then the sense of competition was just healthy and good. So I just want to commend all your staff, Dr. Rodriguez, to help make it happen. It was a great event.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President. And I have a little bit of a list today, so give me a little bit of time here as I prepare. It's been a busy 2 weeks, and starting off 2 weeks ago at the Coptoberfest, just again, a wonderful event. And thank you to Police Chief Goodman and his team for putting on a great event and a safe event for our kids. Weather was a little bit down, so the turnout was a little bit less, but again, I'm going to talk a lot about them today. Mr. and Mrs. Cardinal Court was there, as well as our student board members. Been seeing them actually everywhere, so great job to them. Gangs and Drugs Task Force Safety Summit that myself and Dr. English work on, as well as Dr. Rogers, who's the president. I'm the vice president. Another fantastic event, and I want to say thank you to Royal Valley Hawk, Army JROTC Color Guard, and Major Williams for presenting the colors. Always an outstanding job by our young men and young women. We had the second annual pickleball tournament. I didn't get to play, unfortunately. Hopefully one of these years I will. I knew it wouldn't allow that, but we did get to have quite an event. Hopefully some of you will get out there next year. And then also sponsor it. It's a great event. It's really starting to pick up. And then our Highland Boxing Club, local club in our community, opened up their new ranch and a facility for our youth to go to after school and on the weekend. So congratulations to them. The I Am Gifted Foundation also has been doing a lot of outreach to our kids here at our new Francis Grice facility. Wow, what a beautiful facility, and just looking forward to the ribbon cutting on that. I won't be able to attend, but a great place. And so thank you to Dr. Angela Brantley, who runs that, and also Dr. Sandra Rodriguez, who helped coordinate getting that facility. So thank you to all of them. And of course, Alexander Madison. State of City Address, we already heard a little bit about that. We got a lot of shout outs from the mayor. So I just want to say thank you to Mayor Tran, as well as City Council, for complimenting a lot of the work that we do with them. And again, I'm very hopeful that we will continue to bridge our resources together and work together on making San Bernardino just a better place to live and raise a family, and also enjoy our lives. And again, Mr. and Mrs. Cardinal were at the event, so great job to them. We already heard about the Motown, United Way Motown, great event. And once again, our school board members were there, and Mr. and Mrs. Cardinal. Little theme going on here about how much community work they do. I think that, we really have to acknowledge that, because our students already work hard. Many of them work very hard in many different things, but community service is what we do, and I think we see our future leaders every day, every night when we see them out in our community. And again, congratulations, Dr. Rogers. Wonderful visit at San Andreas to look at our model programs over there for a continuation school with our CSBA president, Dr. Betty Lusk. So thank you to Principal Dory Stratton and Roberta Figueroa for just an amazing tour and just an amazing job our staff are doing over there for our CTE pathways. And wow, is all I could say. And if you haven't met Dr. Betty Lusk, who is our president of CSBA, she is just an amazing lady. Wow, just incredible woman to be around. And I was very fortunate to get to meet her on that level. And then again, she came back that evening at our fall joint meeting between San Bernardino County School Board Association, Riverside County School Board Association, and just said some kind words. And, I really did thank her on behalf of city schools and county schools on picking San Bernardino City to be able to come and visit us and look at our programs, as well as San Bernardino County school programs. There's over 1,000 school districts in our state, and you can imagine her schedule is highly impacted. So for her to come look at our schools and our programs said a lot. And I apologize, I don't know the name of the two students that were from Cajon. Maybe Miss Alexander, do you remember? Do you have their names? All right, I'll let you look that up while I'm talking a little bit more, who did an amazing job singing the national anthem. So San Bernardino City Unified has been all over the map these last couple of weeks at just about every darn community event that we've had in this area. So I just really want to one, say thank you to our staff and our students for the job they do, and then just to our district for putting us on the map out there and doing what we should be doing. And that is, highlighting our programs, our kids, and again, elevating San Bernardino City. And then I'm going to ask for one thing to be put on the agenda for next meeting for discussion, and that's going to be Assembly Bill 1390. Thank you. Did we find that name yet, Ms. Alexander? All right, we're going to find that name before the end of the meeting, those names, though. So when we get them, we'll announce them. But thank you to those two young ladies.
We have consensus for that item to be agenda next board meeting. Assembly Bill 1390.
I should ask for consensus. My apologies.
It's all right.
Is everybody familiar with that bill?
I believe it's the compensation.
It's a compensation bill.
School board.
Okay. I'm assuming, is that a yes?
Yeah. All right. We have consensus.
Thank you.
Mr. Santos.
Thank you. Mine is a little rather personal, since all of this kind of works, and I'll tell you how. But Atlas, great. Whoever created it, made it happen. Thank you. I think it's an awesome program. To Ms. Rosales Medina, yeah, there is a lot of people in foster care who shouldn't be there, but there's also a lot of good people. And I'll close it as something personal. I just went to the service for the lady that ran the group home, created the group home that I spent the last 6 years in. So I just wanted to give her a shout out. May she rest in peace. Her family, she was actually a special ed teacher in LAUSD for 25 years, and then operated a group home for many boys that went through there. But anyway, so that's kind of a shout out to someone who just last Friday we had her service. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I'm going to skip comments. I think it's been a long board meeting, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Arellano.
Thank you, President Ceballos. So I want to begin too by giving Angela and her team a lot of kudos. As Dr. Rodriguez said, they do the work with great humility, with great love, with great care, with no fanfare. But they positively impact many kids every year. So I just want to publicly thank Angela and her team because they do a great job. So Angela, thank you for your love and care and your presentation and for building such a great team today, or sharing a great team with us today. So today I want to continue on the same vein as Dr. White and everybody was talking about, just continuing to highlight the great things that are happening in the San Bernardino Unified School District. So I want to begin by recognizing and congratulating our Human Resources Department, who won the William Hunter Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Award at the ASPA conference, which is the American Association of School Personnel Association, and I was a member of that for many years when I was in the HR world. So congratulations to our HR department, continuing to do great things. Next slide. And I want to give a big thanks and shout out to Supervisor Joe Baca, who, as you know, continues to support our district in many ways. And another way that he supported our district was every year he puts on a fall college and career day, which was a great event. So you see me standing there with some students from Cajon High School, and then of course with Joe Baca Jr. But I do appreciate giving all of our kids, we had representatives for each one of our high schools there, to meet different job opportunities that exist not only within the city and the county. So thank you, Supervisor Joe Baca, for continuing to support our students in the school district. Next slide. And shout out to our EXL department who put on the Brick Blast this weekend at Cal State San Bernardino. And as usual, Ann and her team and Dr. Rodriguez and her team do a great job putting together this family event and kid event where our kids have a good time and a nice, safe environment for our families to come together with their children. So congratulations to our EXL department on putting together another wonderful experience for our students. Next slide. And as was mentioned by Board Member Alexander, a great State of the City event held by Mayor Tran and San Bernardino City Council members over at the California Theater. As was mentioned, I do want to thank Mayor Tran. At the conclusion of her speech, she ended her speech praising the San Bernardino City Unified School District, not only for our distinguished schools that had just been recognized by the California Department of Ed, but also mentioned how our schools were truly looking like jewels of the community, and how beautiful our campuses were. So I just want to thank Mayor Tran and the City Council for recognizing our contribution to lifting the city of San Bernardino, but it was a nice event. Next slide. And again, what was mentioned, we had an opportunity to see the magical music of Motown over at the great San Bernardino Valley College Theater. And I do want to congratulate the United Way, and in particular CEO Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers, one of our former school board members here in the city of San Bernardino. I love going to the show. My wife comes with me every year, and I go just to hear Tracks of My Tears by Smokey Robinson. They do a great version of that song. And of course, my wife got teary-eyed when they did the Michael Jackson I'll Be There, and they were showing the video of the background. And anyway, it's just a nice event. But what's great about the event is the United Way supporting our families and our kids when there's food insecurity. And that was a big part of the fundraiser of this event. So I do want to give a shout out to Jamie Rios and to Michelle Rogers. Jamie Rios, who always has our Cardinal Court out at the different events, and Michelle Rogers, who chaperoned our student board members at the event. So two of our student board members actually won a raffle. One of them won the big basket, and the other one won a trip to Cancun for 4 people and their families. So our students are not only representing, but they are doing well with the with the prizes. So that was really neat. So Jamie, Michelle, thank you for what you do for our school district. Next slide. And as Dr. White mentioned, it was an honor to host CSBA President Dr. Betty Lusk. And like Dr. White said there's 1,000 school districts in the state of California, but she chose to come here specifically to look at our Growing Hope program at San Andreas High School. So I too want to thank and congratulate everybody at San Andreas, and thank Dr. Les for being here, and hopefully spreading good news about the school district and all the great things that are happening here. Ms. Alexander, thank you for making the connection. I believe you were the one that made the connection, or Dr. Wyatt, the two of you, somewhere there was the connection made. So yeah, really appreciate that. So next slide. And I want to mention, I know the board, this has been a focus of our school board for the last several years, is increasing the number of graduates that complete our program A through G ready, so that they are eligible to go to a CSU or a UC system. And so as you will see soon as the rest of the dashboard information is formally released by California Department of Education, our A through G rates continue to grow. I know many years ago when you guys first started talking about it, maybe you were at 17%, the district was at 17%. And so you're going to see that we are now eclipsing close to the 60% mark with the goal. I think we're about 53, 54, so maybe we're closer to 50, but we're on that road to hitting that 70% mark as a district. That's our goal, A through G. So, you know, Suda and Anna and all of our counselors have done a great job, so it's really heading in the right direction. But I wanted the board to know that we have folks like Mrs. Alba and Mia Cooper who are putting together these A through G parent forums so that parents truly understand and are prepared prior to their children coming to high school to understand what is A through G, to have the confidence to speak to our counselors, to have the confidence to call and find out, you know, is my child on the right track to finish school to be eligible for CSU, A through N, or UC. So good work being done by Mrs. Alba and Mrs. Cooper on making sure that our parents are informed. So thank you, board, for that being a continued objective of ours for our kids. Next slide. And have to highlight, mírala. Look at that, boy, look at that. So, you know, board member Medina, she was recognized by the Inland Empire Prison Collective, and she won the Pride Guard Award at the Lavender Gala. And so I want to congratulate board member Medina because, like you said, not only you have been a front runner, but the school district in terms of being inclusive excellence. We are the model of inclusive excellence. So, Ms. Medina, congratulations and thank you for being a inclusive excellence warrior out there. It's important for our community and our kids. So, next slide. And last, I just want to let the board know it's official that once again, for the second year in a row, the San Marino Unified School District, our ELA and math proficiency has gone up. And for the second year in a row, it's official, we have increased higher than the state average. So I want to congratulate all of our school staff members across the district for the contributions and work that they've done. I want to thank the Educational Services Department for the systems and the training that they have. But I also want to thank our teachers. We have great teachers in this district, great teachers. And so I want to thank them for believing in our systems, for believing in themselves, for working hard, for putting in those extra hours every day. It is making a difference for our kids and changing the trajectory of lives. So we have much to celebrate, but yet much work to do. I know we're still waiting for the release of the rest of the dashboard indicators. And once we do have that release from the state, we'll be very happy and very proud to share with the board and our community. In our kind of preliminary view of the data, we believe we're going to have some good news to share once again with the board and the community. So we're not perfect, but we're always looking for improvement every year, and those arrows are all pointing in the right direction. So I'm very proud of the work that our district and our board and our management team and our teachers and our support staff have done. We're moving in the right direction. And the last thing that I want to say tonight is I want to remind everybody that on Thursday, I will be down at the CALSA meeting down at the University of Laverne to be sitting next to President Ceballos as she is honored for her work and contributions to the Latino community. She will be getting an award, so we will be there proudly sitting by your side to honor you. So, and that's all I have tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Wow, that is amazing. Last I remember that data on the graduation was at 30%. So getting
We're
closer
getting
to that 60% is amazing.
Getting closer to 50%. We'll get there.
Trending towards
Yeah,
the 60. Yes. Yeah. So thank you so much. And then just very quickly on, also super excited about that information that you shared on the preliminary for our ELA and math, data information. So, if we can, because that's also huge, if we can, promote some sort of, like celebration moments, encourage that at each campus for principals to have with like teachers, whether it's, I don't know, something, if we can do that that would be amazing. Anyway, 14.0 summary of board member requests, 14.1.
Good evening, board. The first request is from President Ceballos, and she requested data on the number of students and their grades of the Atlas students receiving transportation services. And Ms. Alexander asked for information on how the work that was presented by ACOMA this evening connects to the district's work. Ms. Alexander also requested that we pull copies of policies we have that address our support systems and how we provide support to students in programs such as Atlas. And Dr. Wyatt requested consensus to place a discussion regarding AB 1390 on the agenda, and consensus was given. And that is all I have.
Awesome. Thank you. 15.0 meeting adjournment. 15.1 in memoriam. The board would like to recognize and close the board meeting with a moment of silence in memory of district employee Alicia Ortega, who passed away on October 4th, 2025. Ms. Ortega was a dedicated district employee for 25 years. She began in 2000 as a bilingual secretary in the multilingual department before joining the San Gregorio High School Spartan family in 2009, and her professionalism and commitment earned her a promotion to Secretary 3 in 2022. Throughout her 16 years at San Gregorio, Ms. Ortega supported numerous administrators and became the heart of the office, a steady, caring presence who treated everyone with kindness and respect. Her service reflected the very best of our district: excellence, integrity, and compassion. Ms. Ortega will be greatly missed, but her legacy will live on through the many lives she touched. We are deeply grateful for her 25 years of devoted service and the lasting impact she made on the students, families, and staff she touched along the way. We extend our deepest sympathies to Ms. Ortega's family and friends during this difficult time. May they find comfort in the many lives she touched and the lasting legacy of care and dedication she leaves. We will now hold a moment of silence in her honor. Thank you, board. And 15.2 adjournment. Thank you. Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Wyatt.